Please be seated. This is a judge's worst nightmare. Okay. When the remaining juror comes in, we're all going to rise out of respect for that juror. Because all jurors deserve respect. Please be seated. Warren, now we have two humorous stories to share with jurors. Warren and I have worked together for many, many years, and over the course of all of the jury trials, sometimes mistakes happen, and that was one of the, I think, funnier ones. So, but Warren's one of our most experienced and most reliable bailiffs, so he does a wonderful job. We're back on the record, State versus Miu. The attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present. The jury is present. We are ready to resume the testimony. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Janelle Duxbury.
Ms. Busbury, would you please come forward? Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
How will you state your name for the record, please?
Janelle Duxbury,
How do you spell your last name?
Duxbury.
What do you do for a living, Janelle?
I work at a factory,
What town do you live in?
St. Croix Falls.
In Wisconsin?
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you part of the Carlson family group that was tubing down the Apple River on that day?
I was.
Are you related to the Carlsons?
No.
A friend of the family?
Yes.
Do you? Second. Witness.
Yes, you may.
Janelle, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, I guess, 26A. Recognize that?
I do.
Tell us what it is.
It's a photo of all of us together.
All right, and are you in this picture?
I am in the black swimming suit.
All right. Are you drinking or not drinking?
In that photo, I am not drinking.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you did have some drinks that day, though?
I did.
Can you tell us what you had to drink?
We had stopped at a riverbank. I got offered a shot of butterscotch schnapps, and then I had, I believe it was a Truly's or Budweiser. Actually, it was probably both. I cannot remember exactly what I drank.
You know how many drinks you had?
For sure the one shot and probably a total of one beer. I had been trying different flavors of everybody else's, but I never finished the full beer of my own.
Do you feel like you were impaired that day?
No.
All right. At some point while your group was going down the river, did you come across a disturbance of some sort?
We did.
What did you see when you first noticed the disturbance?
I was laying back in my inner tube and I was taking a little nap, and all of a sudden my friend Rhyley had tapped me on the shoulder saying, "Hey, let's go check it out." So I got up and I followed behind her. I could hear a lot of commotion, but I could not make out distinctive voices or what they were saying or anything. And yeah, that's how it started.
When you followed Rhyley over, did you hear any specific words or phrases?
I did not hear anything specific.
It's fair to say there was some yelling going on.
Oh, for sure, yes.
Did you see Madison Cohen when that occurred?
I did. She was already up there
All
by
right,
the
what was,
time I had gotten there.
what was Madison Cohen doing?
I actually did hear Maddie yelling, swearing at the gentleman and telling him to get the F out of here.
Okay, which gentleman was that?
Huh?
Who was she yelling at?
Oh, it was Nicolae Miu.
All right. At the time, did you know who he was?
I did not.
You know now?
Yes.
Did you see Maddie yelling at Mr. Miu
Yes.
and you heard it?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Miu react in some fashion?
At first he was just standing there kind of like looking at everybody, and then I could not see his hand punch her, but I could see like his left shoulder had dropped like a little bit, and then I could see, I believe maybe it was part of his elbow, because Maddie was impairing my view of everything. But I had seen the right side of her face turn towards me, and she kind of stumbled down and got back up and then walked away.
Did you see Mr. Miu's hand or fist make contact with Maddie's face?
I did not see it make contact, no.
All right. You saw the reaction?
Yes.
After Mr. Miu did whatever he did to Maddie, what happened next?
A lot of chaos and yelling broke out. I remember seeing Dante run up immediately and punch him in the face, yelling, "You never hit a woman." I saw Nicolae punch Dante back. Then I believe that I saw Dante hit Nicolae once more. I thought it was a punch, but I did watch the video and later found out that he was smacking him.
All right. Whereabouts were you standing when that all occurred, when Dante hit Mr. Miu?
I was a little ways behind Rhyley. I don't know any of the boys in the group that I was standing next to, but I was standing back a little ways.
All right.
To the back and to the right of Maddie and Rhyley, a little ways.
Did you see AJ Martin get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Dante get stabbed?
I did not.
Do you know who Isaac Schuman is?
I do. I know of him now, but no, I do not know him.
At the time, did you see Isaac Schuman get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Rhyley Mattison get stabbed?
I did.
All right. Can you describe what happened when you saw Rhyley get stabbed?
She had backed up away from the commotion a little bit, and I had seen Nicolae walk up to him. And then he came and I thought it was like a little punch towards her ribs. And until he had removed his hand, I saw the knife come out of my friend's side.
All right. Can you describe the knife?
It was no more than like 2 inches. It was very small. That's all I could see.
And just so I understand, you didn't see the knife until he removed it from her body?
Correct.
What did he do after he stabbed Rhyley?
I didn't pay too much attention to him after he did that. I was a little preoccupied and trying to grab her and remove her from the situation. I did take one last look at him. It looked like he was coming towards me, so I and walked away with Rhyley.
All right. Did you render assistance to Rhyley?
Yes, I did. I got her back to Q and Sheena and told them to take her downriver and get help. And then when I turned back around, I had seen Tony standing next to AJ, so I ran up to them and I helped Tony drag AJ to the shore. Tried to make sure that they were as okay as they could be before I went to try to go help as much as I could.
Did you see Tony get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see that he was injured when you?
I did.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. We're going to start at 28:59. Your Honor, I guess I'll caution, there are some graphic portions of the string I'm going to play, so just fair warning to everybody, there's people in the courtroom who want to leave or whatever.
Thank you for alerting everyone to that fact.
All All right, Janelle, I'm showing you still frame 2859 from the video. Who's the woman up in the upper left corner with the blue and pink swimsuit?
That is Rhyley Mattison.
All right, in this picture, is she bleeding yet?
No, it does not appear to be so.
And
No.
who's the person in the middle?
Nicolae?
Stop. All right, we're showing you photo 2859. Who's the woman in the black swimsuit up in the upper right corner?
That is me.
Is that where you were standing when this all occurred?
Yes.
Pardon me, Judge, it was 2871. In this frame, is Rhyley off to your right
Yes, she is.
behind Mr. Miu?
Yes.
All right. At the time that Mr. Miu stabbed Rhyley, had she done anything to him in this context?
From what I remember seeing, no, I would have sworn that she did not touch him, but after seeing the footage, I saw that she did.
Well, I'm talking about
Oh.
this portion of the,
I would not be able to pinpoint if that was before or after she was,
all right. We're going to continue to play the stills here.
okay.
All right, we're going to scroll forward here. Stop. We're showing you 2926. Is that you still in the frame?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking at Mr. Miu?
I believe so. It looks like I am, yes.
Did you notice anything in his right hand?
At that time, no, I did not.
You see his right hand? Did you see his right hand moving out like
I did. I did.
Sustained.
what's shown in the picture? Did you see that happen as far as Mr. Miu's hand?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What you see in this still, is that what you saw on the river at this point in time
Oh, yes,
with regard to Mr. Miu's body?
yes.
Scroll forward. Stop. We're showing still 2947. At this point, is Rhyley back in the frame?
Yes, she is.
This now, what does she look like? Is she injured?
Yes. She just got stabbed.
All right, and that's my question. Is this the point in the video where you saw Mr. Miu stab Rhyley Mattison?
Yes.
And you're standing how far away?
What would that be? About 4 or 5 feet?
All right, and as you watched the stills go through, we'll strike that. Is Rhyley facing away from him?
Yes, she is.
Prior to Rhyley being stabbed at this point in time, was she laying any hands on him?
That I remembered had seen, no, I did not.
You had testified that at one point you do remember seeing you testified that when you reviewed the video, you saw at one point Rhyley touching Mr. Miu.
I did.
Was it at that point or at some earlier point?
It was earlier.
After, we'll strike that. You've answered that. We're going to continue to scroll through from where we stopped. And we're stopped at 3024. Did you watch that string of frames?
I did.
Did you see yourself in that string?
I did.
What were you doing?
Judge, can we approach for 2 seconds?
Yes. Let's continue. Excuse me, let's continue.
Did that string of frames show what you did after she was stabbed?
Yeah, you can briefly see me grab her arm and try to get her out.
All right. After this all happened, did you call for help?
It was after I had turned and told Rhyley to go to Q and to Sheena. After I had turned around and saw AJ, I ran up to him and I was helping kind of hold him together. And I had looked at Gabby, Kay, and I had yelled 3 times to call the police. I did not have a phone on me that day.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Troffison?
Ms. Duxbury, in terms of, you watched the video in preparation for your testimony?
Correct.
Okay. What I'm going to ask is that you try your best to testify from your memory.
Understood.
Okay. And do you recall, so I guess I'll ask it this way. Initially, you said that you were kind of laying in your tube with your head back, just kind of relaxing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you provided a statement to the police on the 31st of July 2022, right?
I believe it was, I provided 2 of them and I thought they were the same day, the 30th, but I did provide a statement, correct?
Okay. And do you recall initially when you're sitting on the tubes, you're near Quentin Carlson, is that true? When you're on when you guys are all kind of floating down the tubes?
I honestly don't remember who all I was really sitting next to. I remember I was sitting next to Rhyley and my husband at the time, but I really don't remember who I was like right next to.
I guess my point is Quentin Carlson's in your group.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Okay. Do you recall him asking Dante and Anthony to go over to make sure that Mr. Miu's not going to get beat up?
I do not.
Your first recollection is, if this is fair, is Rhyley saying, let's check it out.
Yes, yes.
Right. And you tell police on the 31st that your first recollection is Dante running up to the suspect and standing between him and the other people, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is that your memory today?
Yes.
Okay, so Dante, your memory is Dante's the first one out up to the group of other tubers, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you believe, based on your statement, that you, Mattison, and Rhyley then follow Dante.
Yes. Yes, I wasn't too familiar with Mattison at the time. I had only met her maybe like twice.
Okay, but my point is,
Yes.
My point is, your recollection is Dante goes up first, then the three of you follow him, right?
Yes.
And and I think you hear somebody yell for Anthony Carlson to come up as well, right?
Yes, there were several people that were yelling for Tony to get up there.
All right. And the goal, according to your statement, was to build a wall, right?
Correct.
You have no idea what's happening, do you?
Not a clue.
And you say that Dante runs up to Mr. Miu. Is that true?
Correct.
To your knowledge, does he have any information as to what's happening?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And you're going to build a wall without having any information as to what's happening in that situation, right?
Correct.
And you don't hear anybody yelling anything prior to you going up to build that wall, right?
I could hear the commotion, but I could not make out distinct words.
Okay. And you don't know if Mr. Miu's with any other group, do you?
I do not.
Okay. You see him alone though, right?
What appeared to be alone, correct.
Okay. And you say that today you say Maddie goes up and is yelling at him, right?
Correct.
And is that what you remember telling the police?
I guess I honestly don't know if I had told them that or not.
You go up to build a wall. Why?
Because there was a very clear confrontation between the group of children and then Nicolae, so at least to divide the conflict was at least my idea.
So you believed at that point there was a confrontation that was taking place, is that right?
Correct.
And you hear Maddie yelling at him, is that right?
I do. Yes.
And you hear she's swearing at him, true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you initially said that Maddie went up there to, quote, try to mellow things out. You recall that?
I do not remember using those choice of words, but
If I told you that your interview with Investigator Schultz is recorded, and on that interview, those are the words that you used, do you have any reason to dispute that?
oh, no.
Okay. So when you say, or when you told Investigator Schultz that Maddie went up there to try to mellow things out, is that true?
I had to have said that. That is true, yes.
I understand that you said that. Do you believe that's what she was doing, was mellowing things out?
No.
She was yelling at him, swearing at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall her pointing at him to go down river?
I recall her pointing beyond him, but yes, she was pointing and gesturing.
And yelling, go,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you took that, if this is fair, as her telling him where she's pointing, go that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you say that you believe there's a confrontation that's going on, right?
Correct.
Do you recall after Maddie, well, let me ask you this. Do you see Mr. Miu attempting to speak to Maddie about what's happening?
I do not. Like I said, I really couldn't see much. I am vertically challenged and I couldn't see past people's heads and shoulders even, so.
Tell me about that for a minute. I missed the first, your what challenge?
I'm vertically challenged. I'm short. I couldn't see everything.
Right.
Sorry.
So your height, or lack thereof, has some, it makes it sometimes difficult for you to see things.
Yeah, I couldn't see past people's shoulders or heads or anything. No.
Okay. And do you see these other tubers, the people that you are saying he's in a confrontation with, Mr. Miu? Do you see them after Maddie's there and you guys are there? Do you see them kind of surround him and start to taunt him?
I'll check your under the term surrounds.
I did not notice that. I did definitely notice like it did seem to be a little taunting, yes.
Okay, and the taunting was going on by the other tubers in part, right?
Correct.
But you don't have a recollection specifically of what they were doing in terms of the taunting?
No, I heard some people still yelling. It sounded like some laughter, but it wasn't necessarily distinct. And that was by the time that we had actually gotten up there.
Right, so when you get up there, then is when you can probably see a little better and hear a little better, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the confrontation, you agree that it is this group of 6 plus your group, yes? Together,
Correct. Yes.
and Mr. Miu's alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, is it fair to say that you have some concern because Mr. Miu's alone that this confrontation can go poorly for him, right?
Oh, I still had concern it could go poorly for either party. But I see what you're saying, and yes, he was a part of the concern.
Okay. And to be fair, part of that is based on him being by himself, true?
Correct.
Would you agree that Maddie was in Mr. Miu's face? You'd agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. She was in his, as it's been described, in his personal space, true?
True.
And tell me if this is fair. When you see Mr. Miu make contact with Maddie, I know that you had said that it was, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you remember specifically, you said he dropped a shoulder, right? You mentioned that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see specifically what happens?
I could not see, but putting puzzle pieces together, yes, I could tell that he had punched her.
Okay, so you didn't see the punch, you just believe based on reasoning that that's what happened.
Yes.
Okay. When that happens, she's standing in front of him, right?
Correct.
She's standing in his face, correct?
Correct.
She's in his personal space, correct?
Correct.
And do you remember Rhyley standing next to her?
I honestly do not. I thought I was like right behind her the entire time.
When you say her, I'm sorry.
Rhyley, I thought Rhyley was like right in front of me the entire time. I do not remember Rhyley being so close.
Okay, but having watched the video now, you know that your recollection from your memory isn't correct.
That is correct.
All right. So now do you know that Rhyley's standing next to Madison?
I do.
Okay. And you don't see this punch in particular or this movement, but you see you see Madison do what?
She had, again, her back was facing me, and then all of a sudden I saw her turn, but it was leading with her head. So her head had turned, so I saw the right side of her face, and then her body had followed, and then she had stumbled down to her knees, and she got back up and then started running. I believe it was her and Gabby that started running back to Q and Sheena.
You described Mr. Miu in your original statement to Investigator Schultz as you described him as standing over her. Remember that?
Yeah,
After you say she goes down.
yeah, I would still stand by that.
So you would say that you see her head move,
Mhm.
she goes down to a knee or goes down.
Mhm.
He then, does he move toward her?
Oh, I wouldn't say he necessarily moves towards her, but he definitely just stood above her.
And how,
Oh, I was just gonna say, she didn't get like launched. She literally just kind of did like a little 180 and fell down right where she was standing.
okay, she's, if you remember, I'll ask it to you two ways. From your memory, do you remember that she was holding a drink at the time?
I didn't, I know that she was holding stuff, but I could not tell you what she was holding.
Okay, and how long, in terms of time, passes from, no, this is your memory. How long passes from the time that you see her make her movement and go down until Dante gets involved?
Oh, that was like a second.
Okay. And do you agree on the, you've watched the video?
Yes.
Do you agree on the video, it doesn't show Madison falling down or going down, right?
No, I would agree with that.
And you'd agree that what you've seen on the video, she doesn't drop her drink either, right?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay, and she's holding, I don't know if you remember this, she's holding not only a drink, but a vape in her hand as well, right?
Okay.
Okay. Those things don't fall, right?
Correct.
Even though she falls, they stay in her hand, right?
Correct.
And her cell phone, do you remember her cell phone is like up in her swimsuit?
But I don't recall, but not surprised.
Okay. And do you remember on the video, her cell phone doesn't fall either, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Now, do you ever see her being Madison? Do you ever see her stop and pick up her sunglasses?
No, that wasn't anything that I paid. No.
Okay. Prior to Madison getting in Mr. Miu's personal space and in his face, you don't see him being aggressive, true?
True.
Okay. He doesn't verbally say anything that you would describe as being aggressive, right?
Correct. He said nothing at all that I heard.
Okay. And you don't see him doing anything physically that you would consider to be aggressive either, right?
Aggressive, no, but the way he was standing there and just, it was a very expressionless, hollow, almost like a demonic look in his face. Like I don't know how else to describe it other than his eyes did not look human. Very daunting.
You would agree at that point there's approximately 13 people around him, yes?
It had to have been somewhere around that number, correct?
Okay. Based on what you saw, now I know that you said you didn't see Mr. Miu being aggressive or saying anything. Based on what you said he looked like, were you fearful of him?
Yes.
Okay. You then say that you see Dante strike Mr. Miu, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe from your memory that Mr. Miu goes down, yes?
Yes.
And then Mr. Miu stands back up.
Correct.
And then you believe that Mr. Miu punches Dante.
Correct.
Okay. Then you believe that Dante punched Mr. Miu again and knocked him into the water again, right?
Correct.
You know that's not true after watching the video, right?
I do.
So can I ask you this? You had mentioned that you were fearful based on the way that Mr. Miu looked, right?
Correct.
And you would agree that at that point, you've already said there's 13 people around Mr. Miu, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're in his face, some of them.
I would.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Again, members of the jury, you are the judges of the facts. Statements of the lawyers are not evidence. Rely on what the witness says, not what the lawyers say.
You've testified that at least Madison Cohen's in his face.
Correct.
She has people next to her and around her, right?
Correct.
They're clearly supporting her, right?
Correct.
He's alone,
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
yes?
Correct.
She's yelled at him, swore at him, and she's, as you say, she's screaming at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. Reasonable that he's in fear as well, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you see AJ Martin come in after Mr. Miu is punched in the face? Do you see him shove Mr. Miu from behind?
I did not.
You didn't see that?
I did not see it.
Okay. You know after watching the video that's what happened though, right?
I do know that, yes.
And you did or did not see when Mr. Martin, I know you said you didn't see Mr. Martin shove him. Did you see Dante come up and strike Mr. Miu in the face for the third time? Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Okay. But you know from the video that's true, right?
Yes.
And you were asked by Investigator Schultz, when the suspect was stabbing people, what were those people doing? And your answer was, nobody was touching him, right?
I believe that was my answer, correct, yes.
Okay, and you know that's not true though, right?
Obviously, yes.
You know from watching the video that everyone that we can see on the video that's injured had put their hands on Mr. Miu, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It's again, mischaracterization.
I'll say the same thing. Jury, you are the judges of the facts. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Listen to the witnesses.
You know that from watching the video, right?
I know that Tony did not touch him in a violent way, but that is correct.
Okay. And you didn't put your hands on him at all, right?
I did not.
And nothing happened to you, right?
The way he was looking at me and the way he was starting to step towards me, it is all speculation, but I was 1,000% sure I was going to get a knife in the back as I was running away with Rhyley.
Did you get a knife?
Obviously did not.
Did he touch you in any way?
No, he did not.
And you also agree that you told police that your group had formed kind of a semicircle around him. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you stand by that. True?
I do.
Okay. Did you, at the time you gave your statement to police, did you view Madison Cohen as kind of the peacekeeper here?
No.
Okay, you mentioned that you said that she was there to mellow things out, right?
Again, that was just a very poor choice of words. But yeah, I remember saying that. Sorry.
Because it was actually the opposite, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This is material we covered. Asked and answered.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Do you have a specific recollection of seeing Rhyley get stabbed from your memory?
I remember seeing the knife exiting her body.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of what Rhyley was doing prior to that?
Prior to that? I'm sorry, do you mean like moments before the knife
Correct.
entered? She was just standing there from my recollection.
You don't have a recollection of her moving toward Mr. Miu?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you do or do not have a recollection of seeing Isaac Schuman?
I do not know.
So, and you, when you say you don't have a recollection of seeing the interaction that he had with Mr. Miu?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Duxbury.
Mr. Smestad? Just one second. It's okay. Mr. Smestad, do you have any more questions?
I don't, Your Honor.
All right, now, Ms. Duxbury, you may
Thank you.
get up and leave. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next. Who is the next witness?
Andrea Baldazo.
Is it Baldazo with a B?
Baldazo.
Ms. Baldazo, would you please come forward? Keep coming. There you go. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Yes. Mr. Smestad,
Will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Andrea Baldazo, Baldazo.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Where do you work?
Fairview Lakes in Wyoming,
What town do you live in?
Forest Lake.
Do you recall the day of July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing on that day?
My family and I had gone boating tubing on the Apple River.
Do you recall where you put in on the Apple River?
Where we put in,
Yeah,
the river's edge is where we parked and we got in there.
All right. Who were you with, generally speaking?
My husband, my 3 children that are teenagers, a group of friends with us, and my husband's cousin.
Were you folks having drinks?
Yes,
Did you specifically have some alcoholic
I
drinks?
did.
You remember how many?
I think it was 2 to 3. I had 2 White Claws and I think I had a sip of Shelley's Cayman Jacks.
Do you think you were impaired?
Buzzed, not drunk.
All right. At some point, as you're floating down the river, did you become involved with an incident where some folks have been injured?
Yes.
Tell us how that started.
We had grouped our tubes together. We had tied them together. And so I ended up kind of on the back end and I was floating down the river backwards. And my husband said, those people are having a good time or they're having quite a party, something along those lines. And I turned my head to the right and I could see one person laying down on the river's edge and another person further down, and people were, what I had thought was laughing, but turned into screaming, yelling.
What did you do when you saw?
I knew somebody was hurt, and so I jumped off the raft and ran across the, well, kind of, it was so slow, I was trying to run fast, but the water was too thick, so then I ended up kind of falling forward and army crawling across to him, and when I got up, there was a blonde boy.
Did you know who that boy was? Did you find out later who it was?
Yes,
Who was it?
Isaac.
Did you approach Isaac?
I did.
Where was he located by the time you got to him?
He was on the bank, kind of with his right arm in the lake, or in the, whatever, the river. There was a kind of a copse of trees right before where he was laying, and kind of up into the edge there. And then a little further down, there was somebody else sitting, I thought was sitting.
By somebody else, do you mean somebody else?
Like another, somebody hurt.
Did you focus your attention on Isaac?
I did.
When you arrived to where Isaac was, did your nurse training kick in?
Yes, so he was lying on his back. His eyes were open but not blinking. He was not breathing. So I started chest compressions right away and continued that for a long time.
Did you make a primary assessment of his wound?
I saw that there was a large cut. At first I thought he had been impaled on the set of roots and branches that were hanging down just prior to that. But then I looked and it was a slash mark, not an impale thing. It was a long and thin and clean cut.
Where was it located on his body?
On his left chest, upper chest, kind of his ribs.
All right. So what?
I asked, I was doing compressions and people were screaming and it was making me lose count. So I think I yelled out to somebody, shut up or stop screaming, so that I could count. There were other people around. I asked for somebody to get me anything that I could use as a chest seal, Ziploc bag, anything to put over that wound. I didn't want any water or anything getting in there, but I looked down at Isaac and there was some vomit coming from his mouth at some point. So I asked to turn the kid up front to turn his head, which he did, and the kid splashed some water, which got in his eyes, and I said, don't splash water in his face anymore. And it just continued forever. It felt like forever that we did compressions. I kept asking, where's the rig? Why isn't it here yet?
By rig, do you mean, what do you mean?
Ambulance.
Do you have an idea now, as you sit here, how long you performed chest compressions on Isaac?
I said 45 minutes because I think I thought that's what it was, but somebody corrected me later that it wasn't. It felt like forever. I mean, we were going and going round after round. Other people were performing compressions. We were singing Baby Shark to keep people on the rhythm.
Or you were taking turns giving him?
Yeah. And at some point, when somebody had taken over a round of compressions for me, I got up and went to check, walked just a few steps further down the river to check the other victim, but it looked to me like they were up and speaking and conscious, so I went back to Isaac because he was not.
Do you have experience dealing with trauma cases?
Yes.
At the hospital where you work, are you involved in trauma care?
I'm primarily a med-surg nurse, but I do float down to the emergency room and involved in code situations.
What's a med-surg nurse?
Med-surg, it's a medical surgical floor, so typically we have post-op patients, anybody from pancreatitis to just a little bit of everything.
Eventually, did law enforcement and EMTs arrive?
Yes.
Were you still with Isaac at that point?
Yes.
Was he taken off the river?
Yes.
Did you see any of the altercation prior to you giving care to Isaac?
I did not.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
No.
Oh. So when you testified earlier that your husband had alerted you that he thought there was some kind of party going on,
Mhm.
you know whereabouts in the river you were?
So where Isaac was laying just a little bit further, I guess if I'm looking at Isaac laying on the ground and the second person was a little further down, just a little further up where those roots and branches that I thought somebody had gotten stuck on.
Were you near the bend in the river in that location, if you remember?
I don't remember a bend. I mean, the whole thing is windy, so, yeah, I mean, I could show you on a map or a picture.
We do have a blow up of the map, if I can get that exhibit. Like my brother's ordinance.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit 25A. I want to be able to do this so that the jury can see. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Can you tell us what it is?
the Apple River,
You indicated that you started at River's Edge.
correct. So we came down this way. I would have been right here. We came around.
Yeah, let me do this. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So we were floating this way, and I guess, yes, then we must have just come around a little bend because I'm guessing that copse of trees was right here. And so I was floating backwards and it was on my right.
And you pointed at the area on the exhibit that says incident location.
Correct.
So your testimony, you were coming
Oh,
around.
I'm sorry. Yes, this is the river. That's the highway. So,
Coming around that bend.
yeah, this bend. I'm sorry.
Okay, if this is the end down here and this is the start, would you have been going this way? I know it's hard to see.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know which way the river goes. Oh, so, yes, so this is the start and this is the exit?
Right.
Yep, so we would have come down this way and I would have been going backwards here and it was on my right.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Trofficy?
I just have a couple questions for you, ma'am. I think you said that you were tubing with your family, is that right?
Correct,
Okay, and your husband was with you, is that right?
correct.
And your group, or you and your husband and your children, your husband brought a knife, didn't he?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell us what was that for?
We bring paracord with us when we go tubing. If we don't bring paracord, we'll use the twine at the river's edge and we pull our tubes together to carry our coolers, our food, just kind of generally keep the group together because it's a bigger group when we go.
Okay,
And he uses the knife to cut that paracord. Apologies.
that's okay. And do you remember, or can you describe the knife that your husband had?
It was a flip one where you flip it open and it locks into place and then you move the lever and it relocks.
Okay,
And it had a clip on it.
if I said to you, it's kind of like a pocket knife that is closed, and then you can take the blade and you can open and lock the blade. Is that fair?
Correct.
And only answer this if you know. Your husband followed you after you jumped off your tube to run over to see what was going on or to render aid. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not your husband pulled out his knife?
I don't.
Have you talked to your husband about the case or about the incident?
Previous, but we were asked not to speak about it later, so we didn't. But we've talked about it off and on over the years prior to this.
Okay. Do you know that your husband's knife was lost?
I did after. I found out after that it had been lost.
Do you know, well, I'll ask it to you this way. His knife was lost near the incident, right?
I don't know at what point it was lost.
Okay.
He is, I don't know.
Okay. Do you, your statement talks about that your husband picked up a snorkel. Did you see that?
I saw him pick it up, yes.
When he picked it up, did you see a confrontation happen then?
When he picked it up,
Or shortly thereafter? When I say confrontation, did you see people starting to yell or confront your husband about picking that up?
no.
No? Okay. Did you see your husband give that snorkel to the police?
No, he picked it up out of the river after Isaac was going. And it was just like a clear white plastic mask. And then I don't know what he did with it afterwards. I don't know if he dropped it. I don't know if he gave it to somebody.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Smestad, do you have any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Baldazo.
Thank you.
You are excused. The witness coordinator in the back will tell you where to go next. Anybody need a break?
Yes.
All right, so we'll just take a short 5-minute restroom break. Let's come back at about 9:05. All rise for the jury. We are in recess, 9:05.
I'm laughing. I went to Lake Superior with my buddies and we tried that. Yeah, you gotta get it right. I have that along the river shore. I've never seen it, but I haven't done it. I've seen where well, the stuff you top on. I've never seen that before.
All right, please be seated. We are back in session. 14 jurors are present. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. We are ready to continue. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
State calls Terry Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson,
Can you state your first and last name for the record?
Terry Anderson,
And is Anderson E-N or O-N?
Eon.
And how are you employed?
I'm the emergency communications manager for the county
How long have you been in that role?
since 2007.
And what are your duties?
Managing the 911 center, making sure all the equipment operates, making sure it's staffed, and control, I shouldn't say controlling, but managing the audio logging of all the radio and phone audio.
So you're also the custodian of records there?
Correct.
And are 911 calls, dispatch logs, are those maintained in the regular course of dispatch?
Yes, they are.
Were you asked to retrieve 911 calls in the dispatch log for this case?
I was.
Did you provide those to the sheriff's office?
I did.
And may I approach?
yes.
Handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 40. You identify what that is?
This is the log from the 911 system of all the phone calls that came in during that time frame.
And what was the time of the first 911 call?
1547, which is 3:47 p.m.
So is that accurate, what I wrote up there?
It is.
And Exhibit 40, does that have some handwriting on it?
Yes,
Is that your handwriting?
it is.
What are you identifying or indicating, or what's the handwriting indicate?
That is the referencing the records management system, reversing that phone number as to the name of the person that's related to that phone number.
And so who was the name of the person for that first 911 call?
Gabriella.
Kaz-
Yes,
Kazray Nazimpour?
yes.
And can you go through the names of the other callers that, or owners of the numbers that you identified that called into 911?
Ashley Straker, Emma Alexander, Madison Cohen, Ashley Straker, Titania Lava, Madison Cohen, Ashley Straker, Titania, Eric Williams, and I believe the last one was a subject, Takano from Minneapolis PD.
And it looks like Eric Williams called a couple times.
Correct.
So I want to direct you to a specific call. The call from Tatiana Leva at 15:48:52. You see that one?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Any what's been marked as Exhibit 63. Is that phone call, 911 call from Tatiana on that flash drive?
It is.
Have you listened to that?
I have.
Did you initial that flash drive when you listened to it?
I did.
I move to admit Exhibit 63.
Any objection? 63 is received.
May I approach?
Yes.
Anyone that's been marked as Exhibit 14. Are the rest of the 911 calls, or are all the 911 calls on that exhibit?
Yes,
Does it also have digital versions of the dispatch log?
it does.
So I got moved to admit Exhibit 14.
Any objection? All right, 14 is received.
Also Exhibit 40.
Any objection to 40?
40 on the, oh, no, no objection.
We have to approach actually quick.
Yes. So I'm sorry, we're on 40, no objection, correct?
Correct.
40 received.
Judge, I'd move to publish a portion of Exhibit 63.
Yes.
Judge, timestamp is 1:20.
Equal the knife. Okay, so we're on the river. Do you know where the man with the knife is?
And I have a fucking knife.
And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our friends. Do you know where the man with the knife is?
Took my knife.
Okay.
Knife is thrown.
Everybody calm down.
Pause at 1:38. Judge, now I'm just gonna play the whole thing from the start.
siempre se lo hago, siempre se lo hago. ¡Tiene sangre! Oye, ¡sí, estoy aquí!
Nicolae County 911, what's the address of your emergency? Hello, Nicolae County 911.
Oye, habla español, estamos en el río, aquí. Hasta el río y muchos niños están heridos con cuchillos. No sé, eso está feo aquí. En Wisconsin, hasta el río. Oye, dile a la policía, dile.
Ma'am, are you on the water?
I don't know what happened.
You need to talk to me.
Yeah, but calm down. Stop it, calm down.
Somebody's got to talk to me.
We're at River's Edge.
Was somebody stabbed? Is that what you're calling about?
I don't know what happened. Somebody pulled a knife.
Okay.
We're on the river.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our friends.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
Okay. Everybody calm down. We're fine. We're fine.
Can somebody tell me where the man with the knife is, please?
Okay, so we're on River's Edge, on the river. Someone pulled a knife on our friend. So our friend has a knife because we used it for the rope. Someone take I don't even know. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, do you know where the person with the knife went? The person that stabbed the other individual, do you know where they went?
Oh my God, I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, we have people help. Started your way, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Shrafazi?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Anderson. So, in the job, tell me if this is fair, the job of the people that you kind of supervise is to try to get as much information as possible about kind of what's happening.
Correct,
Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in your experience, sometimes you get calls like this where people are just yelling and screaming, and it's difficult for the dispatcher to really get any information about what's going on? Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And can be for various reasons that's happening, but in this particular case, is it, I don't know if you can answer this question. At one point, the dispatcher says, we've got people coming, and then I think says that and then kind of disconnects the call. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, are they, if you know, are they trained to try to keep people on the phone, to disconnect calls, depending on the circumstances? How does that normally work?
Depends on the circumstances. In this case, there was numerous 911 calls, so the dispatchers were triaging, trying to gather the most pertinent information, the best information they could. And if they weren't getting any more information, they had to move on to the next call because there were other 911 lines ringing.
Sure. And it sounds like, at least from the information we have, there had been previous 911 calls about this incident. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Nothing else, Judge.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Can we approach again?
Yes. Members of the jury, we are going to take a short little recess. The good news is we're running ahead of schedule. So the next witness hasn't arrived yet. She'll be here at 9:30. So we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and then pick up the trial. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. While we are outside the presence of the jury, Mr. Anderson, you've advanced your schedule of witnesses?
Yes, so we've actually, a lot of witnesses that we had scheduled for Monday, we're having them come in now. Friday, honestly, I don't think we'll take the full day with the Spanish speakers either, so we'll call in more net witnesses from next week for Friday. And I think there's a good chance we'll rest on Monday, maybe Tuesday, but that's what it's looking like right now.
Okay. And is that going to interfere with the defense schedule if you have one?
No, the one, I don't know exactly how many of the Spanish-speaking witnesses the state intends to call. Depending upon who they call, we may call the other Spanish-speaking witnesses. I know that there's an interpreter on Friday. I know that it's unusual to take witnesses out of order, but if there's an interpreter here, it would be our request, and we can discuss it maybe more over lunch, or it would be our request that the defense be allowed to call those other Spanish-speaking witnesses on that day out of order, or we ask the court to help us to make arrangements for an interpreter. I know we talked about this before, and before we were under the impression that they were going to call them all. So, and I don't know when they're going to end. So, I appreciate that this may be a problem that I contributed to making, but I'm trying to find a solution.
Well, why don't the attorneys talk, figure out a schedule with the interpreter, because we are going to have an interpreter here, I believe, all day Friday. But if, I think the original plan was all day Friday for at least 4 witnesses that needed interpreter services. I'm assuming the clerk has the interpreters booked for the entire day still. So please just verify that with the clerk of court, make sure that we have proper coverage, and then talk with one another about these witnesses, because it makes more sense to get them all done the same day. I don't know if we have an interpreter available to come back the following week. So just talk amongst yourselves. If you've got an issue, let me know, and then I can hopefully provide a solution. Okay. All right. Take a short little break, and we'll get started once the witness arrives.
Okay, yep.
Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record. Everyone is present and accounted for. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
John Ferrell.
Officer Ferrell, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson,
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
John Ferrell, Farrell.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Somerset Police Department
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
since June of 2013.
And do you also have training in first aid or emergency response?
I do. I'm currently licensed as an emergency medical responder.
And were you working on July 30th of 2022?
Yes,
On that day where you dispatched to the Apple River stabbing?
I was.
What was if you recall, what was the initial information from dispatch?
Initial information was people stabbed on the river, possibly one dead. I believe it was 3 victims as we were responding to the scene.
And did you head immediately to the scene or did you have to go somewhere else first?
I had to grab a set of bolt cutters out of the PD garage, and then I went to the Sunrise Camp entry and had to cut the lock to get in, and then I went directly to the scene.
And is that the Sunrise Camp entry, is that private property?
Yeah.
And was that the best access to get to where the incident was reported to have happened?
Yeah, there's a road that you can get on off Sunrise Drive in Somerset, and then it'll take you back to where the scene was.
And is that a campground that's in operation or no?
No,
And the owner is given permission for law enforcement to use that when needed?
yeah, we had spoken to him in the past about it.
Were you one of the first officers to arrive on scene?
I was.
And how many officers, if you recall, arrived there originally?
I don't recall a specific number. I know as I was approaching the scene, I saw a Deputy Durant come down from the highway, and then Officer Stumo was behind me. And there was also another deputy that was behind me that was at the gate when I opened it.
And so can you kind of describe what the situation was when you got to the river?
Yeah, there was, I was being flagged down initially by people at the river bank. As I approached them, I saw one guy come out that was holding his side. It was later determined that he had a stab wound on his side that was being directed down into the river where a female was sitting in a tube while bystanders were holding pressure on her left side. When I got down into the river, when I looked at her, I noticed that I could see what I believed to be her bodily organs outside of her body. Deputy Durant and I worked with bystanders to get her out of the river. During that time, we were trying to determine what was going on. Where's the suspect? There's a lot of information coming in at once, a lot of people in one spot. We were able to get her out. The other person that was there that was stabbed came up as well. I retrieved the medical kit from my squad car, provided some medical equipment to the other officers before I went into the river, and then headed upriver to where the other victims were.
And while you were at the river when you initially got there, were there still groups of tubers going down the river?
Yeah.
And was there a good crowd of tubers around also?
Yeah.
Did you know who was witnesses, who were just bystanders, or was it kind of just people everywhere?
There was people everywhere. I didn't know who was who. I mean, it was obvious to me who was injured, but other than that, I didn't know who witnesses were, suspects were, what anyone else's involvement was.
Did you have a body cam on?
I did.
Does your body camera indicate the date and the time of the footage on the bottom of the screen?
It does.
Permission to approach?
yes.
what's been marked as Exhibit 22, what's that labeled as?
Ferrell BC video?
BC body cam?
Yes.
Judge, I move to publish portions of it. I'm going to skip around a little bit to not show some of the up-close graphic parts.
So first, any objection to Exhibit 22? All right, received. Go ahead and publish the portions you wish to show. Tell us when you're ready.
Oh, and I'll ask another question. If we watch the first minute, would it just be you driving there?
Yeah.
We're going to start at 57 seconds, Judge. We're going to play to about the 5-minute mark for this first segment.
I got a cutter!
A19 dispatch Q, call the on-call.
Cut the wrong side of it, of course. There. Slide. Good enough.
When you get an opportunity, if you want to have fire rescue speeds, let them know.
Meet you up there.
And up with potential victims on the river, whatever they need to do to get access to that. KD 100 will be working on getting the investigators out. Check for sealing handles ready to. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. That's wrong. KD 30 Petra, dispatch Sunrise, that gate's open. Sunrise access? Correct. Open down to the river. That's where 50.
4502 dispatch should be on scene, just underneath, getting flagged down by people.
So we're paused at 2:53. Can you see the timestamp on the bottom there?
I can.
What's the time?
15:54:45, which was 3:54 p.m.
The time of law enforcement's first arrival on scene?
Yeah. Yes.
Can we have the screen again, please? And 15:54 would be 3:54 p.m.
Yes.
Is that right, what I wrote up there?
Yes.
We're going to keep playing until about the 5-minute mark.
They're all down where? We have to take the river down.
We got someone who can't move.
Yep, come on up.
We got
Come on
someone
up.
who
You
can't
come up
move.
here.
Go help him. Please.
Where did the suspect go?
I don't know.
No, but we got. She got stabbed. Her right there. She got stabbed.
Okay.
And there's two down there yet too. It's shallow water. So you
Yep,
you
yep,
step in
we're
there.
going,
It's shallow.
we're going.
It's shallow.
August. Just, we got one stabbing already up here.
The one kid that walked by you missed too.
Yep, we saw that. Chase, you got a knife on you?
I can't breathe.
Gotta go one more cut here. Keep holding pressure.
I know you do. I know you don't.
You're doing good. Keep holding pressure. Okay.
Helicopter was overhead in Fulton.
You need to pick her up. I think we can just pick her up. She's got a dissertation here.
The bridge, if you could start a helicopter.
Get this underneath the tube and lift up.
Going.
I'm just holding it. She got guts.
We stopped at 4:52. And did you end up assisting to carry Rhyley out of the river?
Yes.
Where'd you bring her?
Just up to the paved road there by the squad cars.
What'd you do after that?
I retrieved the medical equipment from my squad car and provided it to the officers who were tending to her, the other subject that was stabbed that was sitting next to my squad car, and then I headed into the river.
And we're gonna play from about the 8-minute mark. 7:59 is the timestamp.
We have to get your butt up a little bit here. Yep, yep. Way up. Yep, we're going. Okay. Ready, Chase?
And the guy is still walking up the river.
The suspect?
Yes, he's still had a knife out. He was still stabbing people.
4502 dispatch. We just received information. Suspect still has the knife and heading upriver on foot. .4502 dispatch, I'm just getting up to 06. It does appear that EMS is clear to get up here. Just make sure they know the suspect's still at large. We got officers up there at our entry point. If we can get a boat, that'd be great. Yep. Okay. All right. Seals. If you need a seal.
Yeah, I need. He's got to everywhere.
Okay. Yep.
We stopped at 10:50. That first victim you stopped at and dropped off a chest seal?
Yeah.
Did you later learn that was AJ, or don't you know?
I don't know.
Okay. You know who that is up in the background there?
Which,
on the bank to the right, that kind of obstructed by other people, but
the person that's being tended to medically and CPR is in progress. I don't remember his exact name, but I believe his first name was Isaac.
okay. What did you do after this point?
I went up to the group that was doing CPR on him, and then assisted with that.
Do you eventually assist getting people off the river?
Yeah, when paramedics arrived, they came up the river, then I assisted in getting him out of there.
How did you get Isaac off the river when you had to wade up like that?
Yeah, a backboard was placed on inner tubes and then floated down the river.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shaughnessy?
Just briefly, Sergeant. So it appears initially you're in kind of responder, trying to assist mode. Is that fair?
Yes.
And at that point, I'm assuming you're training. You're not, I don't want to say you're not interested, but you're focused on kind of what's going on, and the investigation can kind of happen at a later point.
That's correct. That's correct.
At some point, your report indicates that you make it to the village park. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so from what we saw there in the times, how much later or how much time passes until you make it up to Village Park?
Oh, I don't know the exact time. It's not immediate. It's a significant time, but I don't know the exact time.
Okay, and we heard on the tape that you're getting information as it's kind of coming in. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you go to Village Park, are you then starting to maybe switch over from emergency situation to kind of investigative situation? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you make contact at Village Park with a gentleman by the name of Eric Williams. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And does he come up to you, or do you go up to him?
I had directed him out of the crowd to come talk to me. There was a group gathered together.
Okay. So did you have some information that he might have information?
I had information that the people in the group may have information, but as to who knew what and who was where, no, I didn't have that until I started talking to him.
Okay. And he had provided you at least some brief information about kind of what was going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he had provided you information that he was with Mr. Miu, right?
Yeah, in the same group, yes.
And he had provided you information as to kind of what Mr. Miu was doing
Yes.
previously, right?
Yes,
Okay. That he was looking for a phone, right?
that's correct.
At that point, do not take this as critical. At that point, you don't have any other information as to what had actually happened. Is that fair? What I mean by that is, I know you saw people that had been injured, but how they were injured, the circumstances surrounding that, you didn't have that information, right?
Some of the witnesses on the scene had mentioned stabbing, that's what had happened. But other than that, no.
Okay. And you locate tell me if this is fair, you locate various pieces of what may be physical evidence.
Yeah.
In your mind.
Yes.
Okay. And that was a shirt and a pair of swim goggles.
Yes.
Okay. Are the goggles like you would see, are they snorkel goggles, or are they goggles like a swimmer who's competing?
I don't remember exactly what they were.
Okay. After your interview with Mr. Williams, and you're walking kind of the river, is that your involvement in the case?
Yeah, that's the involvement. Yeah, I was, well, I had been given a ride back, and that's when you said, when I assisted with finding the evidence in the river, the T-shirt, the goggles. So there's that space between Village Park and where the incident actually had occurred, where I initially responded to. So I had gone from there back to that spot, and that's when I assisted in that searching where I found the T-shirt and the swim goggles.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So after that's done, your involvement in kind of what happened here has concluded. Is
Yeah,
that fair?
yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, anything else?
Nothing else.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Who is the next witness?
Chase Durant.
Sergeant Duran, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smithstead.
Will you state your name for the record, please?
Chase Durand,
How do you spell your last name?
Durand,
What do you do for a living?
Patrol Sergeant with Sheriff's Office, St. Croix County.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
About 10 years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
about 5 years, I believe.
Can you briefly describe your training to be a police officer?
Basic recruit school, 720 hours. And then attended several other FTO through the department, and then several other schools following that. SWAT school, boat patrol, several other trainings.
Do you have any EMT training?
Yes.
Was that included as part of your law enforcement training or something you did separately?
We receive a basic first responder level training in the academy, and then through our emergency response unit, we receive follow-on medical training from our tactical medics that's assigned to our unit, and have attended a 3-day trauma care training.
Were you working back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Did you get dispatched to the incident on the Apple River?
I did.
What information were you given in the initial call?
It was aired to us from dispatch that there have been several people stabbed on the Apple River, and dispatch said it was near the 64 bridge in Somerset Township.
Where were you located when you first got called?
I was in the Holton area.
About how far away? About how far away?
9 miles.
Did you drive over to the area where the call was coming from?
Yes, I responded emergent, and the area I'm familiar with, there's a private road underneath the bridge with no off-ramp on the highway there on 64. I parked up on top of the overpass and then went down the embankment to the river.
When you arrived, were there other officers on scene?
I first saw Officer Ferrell, or Sergeant Ferrell from Somerset PD.
Do you remember any other officers you saw?
Once I got upriver, when we waded to the river, and then came across Officer Stumo at that location where the 2 victims were in the water still.
All right, so before you get into the river, did you get involved in some of the activities that were going on shore?
Yes. When I first arrived and made my way down the embankment, I came across, it was hectic and there was a lot of people near the bridge. There was one male subject who was able to walk, who had observed what looked like a stab wound. And then I was directed with Sergeant Ferrell to to another female laying in her tube that had a wound to her left side. We used my soft stretcher with help of bystanders to evacuate her out of the water up to the road where I passed her off to another officer, deputy arriving.
And after you did that, did you enter the river?
Yes.
At that point, had you been given any information as to who the suspect was or what they looked like?
Once I entered the water, people were yelling that it was a guy wearing scuba gear and he went back upriver.
You didn't have a physical description?
At that time, no.
Were you wearing a body camera at the time that you responded to the river?
I was. On my first arrival with the first two victims I came across, it wasn't recording. And then when I checked it going upriver, I had to open up, it was our old Bodycam system. I had to open up the phone app and activate it. It wasn't turning on with the button.
All right. So if I understand you, part of what you did isn't on your body cam?
Correct.
Would that have been the activities that you were involved in with Sergeant Ferrell?
The initial response with the first two victims you located, and then once I entered the water to go upriver, that's when my body cam turned on.
I approach a witness, John.
Yes, you may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 43. Can you tell us what that is?
Flash drive.
And how's it labeled?
Durant evidence with 43 on the,
Does it say BC at the top?
all right. Durant BC video,
And BC stands for?
body cam.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the move for admission of 43 and ask to publish.
Any objection to 43? Exhibit 43 is received. Go ahead and play it.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to just give a warning that some of the images on this body cam are graphic, so anybody who may be concerned may want to leave.
So members of the jury, what you're about to see is difficult. It is evidence. You may consider it. Watch as much as you can. If you need to avert your eyes for a moment, you may. But I ask that you pay as close attention as you can because this is evidence in the trial. Mr. Smithson.
We're going to start at the 29-second mark. We're ready.
Yep. Okay. What does you see who the suspect was? Yeah.
Okay. Have them hold it. He'll hold it. AJ, you hold my hand. Squeeze my hand, man. Squeeze my hand. You're doing so good, AJ. You're doing so good. So good. Squeeze my hand right now. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Right now. Right now. So good. So good. Okay. You're right here. You're right here. We're right here with you, AJ. We're right here with you. You hear me?
29 to 19.
I know, AJ. I know, AJ. We're right here. All right.
Go ahead for 19.
We're here for you. We're here for you.
Do you want me to go upriver and start coming down, or I'm at the bridge right now?
You want to start looking for the suspect? I'll work on a description. I heard one person say scuba gear.
Doing so good, AJ. AJ Martin, huh? What a good name, right?
4702 dispatch. We're doing CPR and
Hold on to me.
4502 CPR.
you guys see what happened? Who did it? Do you know who it is?
No, it's just some rando on the river. He looks 5'9", 5'10" Russian looking guy.
He went somewhere
Short,
over there.
dark
What was he
hair.
wearing?
Hey, see him?
Hey!
I think they just went after him. I think he's up there. You get out of there.
Get out! Get out!
Hey, where you guys going? What? We need to know what it looks like. We got a lot of cops in the area. What does he look like? Hey, we got a canine coming. We can't track him if you guys tear up the whole central. 36.
What's our furthest downriver casualty point?
64 bridge.
10-4 believed to be going downriver. I can head straight down there.
Negative. Suspect went into the woods at the initial location, quarter mile upriver from the 64 bridge.
10-4. Did he go up on the north or south bank?
South bank. The cider cars are on.
Chase, do you want me to continue up to you, or do you want me to take my squad up the road further into the woods?
Yep. Up the river. Or correction. Eric, just go to the woods. We need this EMS here. Get these people out of here.
10-4. I just talked to rescue. They're working on getting the boat into the water and up to you guys.
Okay, great. Hey, when you hold his hand?
21 to 29.
Careful, please be careful.
The road area, the you up along the riverbank, if you can get guys,
Wash it out, buddy.
head that way and go in there, perimeter possibly. The road isn't that far from the river.
Just hold that there, okay? Just leave that there.
AJ, you hold on, okay?
10-4. He'll have to squeeze past their squats and stuff. Copy, I'll point that way.
What the suspect wearing? Swim shorts, clothes?
Swim shirts and a t-shirt.
Okay.
A white t-shirt. I know, he had a t-shirt on for a pot belly.
Older man, he's in his 50s, 60s. He just has a knife.
46 to 29. Good. I'm just coming through the ridge.
That was hold pressure on his stomach.
Perimeter.
What? Pressure.
Yep, I'll go to the end of the Sunrise Trail and we'll link up there.
8819 dispatch. Suspect information.
8819, go to the suspect.
Being told a white male, swim shorts, shirtless, armed with a knife, possibly 50 years old. This person described him as Russian looking.
Do we have a color on those swim shorts?
Negative. Can't get that yet. Also, two of the friends of the person ran off into the woods are looking for the suspects. We have some other people contaminating the area.
Then for adult male, approximately 50 years of age, shirtless, wearing unknown color swim shorts with a knife, and two friends of victims are out looking for the suspect as well. 1608.
8019 dispatch.
8819.
Disregard. Where did the suspect go into the woods at?
I didn't see that. I had
This way. We have a canine coming. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I saw him before the fight started.
I have a rag. I don't know how much it's going to help,
And then he
but if
punched
it's going
one
to
of the
help
girls in the
anybody,
face.
Okay.
if you want to apply it with another rag.
One here, one there.
44 to 8829.
They don't know. No one knows. They said this region. They don't know exactly where.
I have these two trauma bandages. I got a tourniquet and some quick clot Z-bolt.
His guts are hanging out. The other one, I haven't been over to that one yet.
Let's throw that on his
Here.
person.
You know,
29, I don't know if that was fraud. We're just getting out of the 6. Where do you need us?
I think 29 up the road here farther, try to set
Yeah.
up perimeter.
At the end of Sunrise Trail here, it's pretty thick. I'm not going to be able to see much down here. I would say go to the highway and start looking on that way. 10-4, we'll be up the highway. He's 26 dispatch, some 3-1 route, cover stuff. He's 26 route,
Hold on to me, okay?
8819 to the dispatch. Our 2 most critical patients are up here, upriver. Is this?
No. Copy, 8819 has 2 critical patients upriver. Do you have a team to go to extract them?
I didn't catch that. We're a quarter mile upriver from the bridge. We can see the squads. 1, no vitals. CPR in progress.
10-40-19. I believe I have EMS in the area.
Do we have any helicopters en route for Lakeview or Lifelink?
Affirmative. 2 helicopters this time. 8821 dispatch. For the 10th mile upriver from the bridge, we have a male subject with a abdominal stab wound and a laceration to the leg. We have another male subject with a lateral slash across his abdomen, and we have one subject with a stab wound to the chest. CPR in progress. 10-3 victims, 1/10 of a mile upriver, leg stab, open abdomen, and a chest stab. CPR in progress.
Ellie, I'm annoying. I know I'm annoying. I know.
16-80-19.
Go ahead.
Do we need additional agencies to assist with perimeter?
Yes. And I don't know, State Patrol's helicopter was in the area from Minnesota. I don't know if that's something we can utilize.
Hey, 16 dispatch. If Nourishment's available and see if Polk County can send some deputies on.
Keep talking. You're so
10 for Nourishment cars, copy.
Keep going. Alright? You got this,
Sergeant Durant, were you able to watch that as we all watched it?
Yes.
At some point in your body cam, did you run up into the woods?
Yes.
What was that all about?
There was movement up in the woods, people yelling at somebody. I ran up there, determined those 2 people that were going to go try to find the suspect. I told them to come back due to us having canine coming, not to mess up the scent for the dog, and then confuse the perimeter or any type of aerial drone or helicopter assets coming to assist searching.
Did you know who those folks were up in the woods that were looking for the suspect?
No.
Did you see yourself on your body cam saying that they were friends of the victims?
Yes, through the yelling in the crowd, I determined there was some type of relationship with the people.
But as of today, you don't know if they had any connection to these victims?
I don't know their exact connection.
And when you went up into the woods, you asked one of the people up there what the victim or the suspect looked like?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He didn't know.
So it appears that from your body cam, at least, you were coordinating the response to this incident?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a sergeant?
Yes, it is.
At the same time, were you trying to get any info you could gather about who did it?
Yes.
And you were able to get some bits and pieces of that information?
Yes, there was a lot of information being thrown at me or people yelling, but the one person I had talked to in the yellow shirt had the most amount of information about the suspect.
Were you also in the process trying to set up a perimeter to make sure that the suspect didn't get away?
Yes.
At some point, did you call for a state patrol helicopter?
Yes, when I was in Holton, I had saw that Minnesota's state patrol helicopter was over Stillwater prior to coming to the call.
And what was the purpose of calling the state patrol, Minnesota State Patrol helicopter?
Their air assets have thermal cameras. Wisconsin's airplanes do not.
Did the Minnesota State Patrol helicopter respond to the area?
I do not know.
Nothing further.
Mr. Shropsey?
Good morning, sir. You had indicated that on direct examination that you saw those, as you said, people that were friends with, I think you said friends with the victims who were up in the woods, right?
Yes.
And you asked them, now, they tell you what they're doing, right?
Yes.
They say to go find the motherfucker, right?
Yes.
And you took that to, tell me if this is fair, you took that as they wanted to go see if they could locate where this person was, right?
I interpreted it as they're going to look for the suspect.
The way they said it, did it make you think that they were angry?
His
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You say one of your tell me if this is fair. One of your concerns about them running up into the woods was that you were sending a canine, right?
Yes.
Was another one of your concerns what might happen if they run into them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you tell them to stop?
I asked them to come back. Yes. I don't remember my exact words to them, but I asked them to not go into the woods.
Okay. And they tell you they're going to look for them, and then you come back down into the river, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that were up in the woods? Did you see any of them with a weapon, a baseball bat?
No.
And you were initially told that this suspect was wearing, and I think you said scuba gear?
Yes.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
I interpreted it as some type of swim mask and unknown what past that, ranging from a snorkel and a mask to scuba tanks and that type of gear.
Okay. And it looked like to me, the people that were, some of the civilians that were tending to a person that we know as A.J. Martin, told you that the suspect had gone up into the woods. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would you describe that situation, I don't, you've been an officer for a while, would you describe that as a pretty hectic situation?
Yes.
Right. And you're getting a lot of information kind of thrown at you at once. Is that fair also?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you're getting different descriptions of the suspect in scuba gear and then he's got on shorts. So you're getting all kinds of things thrown at you. Is that reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. Are you having some, I don't want to say difficulty, but are you trying to process what's happening in terms of the information you're getting?
I'm taking all information in that is being yelled by people in the water, bystanders, and disseminating out to the rest of the officers on scene and dispatch what seemed to be the most accurate information I was getting.
Okay, and in terms of making that determination as to what's the most accurate, what are you basing that information on in terms of what's true and what's not true?
People that said that they saw the actual event happen versus ones that saw the aftermath of what happened.
Okay, and so the people that are telling you what happened were, in your mind, the people that were near the people that were being tended to? Is that fair?
Some people,
In your honor,
Overruled. Overruled, you can answer.
some people that I had asked in passing by, they said they didn't see it actually happen. And then the people that were attending to and in the area, the man in the yellow shirt was giving me the most information that had detail.
Okay, and so those people that were giving you that information, that was the information that you were trying to relay out. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay, so then did you relay out that the suspect had run into the woods?
yes.
Do you know now whether or not that's true?
I do not.
Sergeant, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Everyone okay continuing? Anybody need a break? Let's continue. Mr. Smestad, who's next?
Calls Levi Stumo.
Last name again?
Levi Stumo, Stumo. We're making sure he's here. We've been calling all our officers to come in early. He's going to be here in 5 minutes.
All right, I guess we will take a break. 5 minutes. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
We are in recess.
I know. Yeah. I don't know.
Please be seated. All right, we're back in session. Everyone is present and accounted for. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
State calls Levi Stumo.
Mr. Stumo, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Levi Stumo, Stumo.
And did you previously work for the Somerset Police Department?
Yes,
You employed by a different law enforcement agency currently?
yes,
So back in July, on the 30th of 22, were you dispatched to the stabbing on the Apple River?
yes,
Did you respond to that bridge area?
I did, yes.
And did you arrive with some other officers?
Yes.
Do you recall who they were?
Sergeant Ferrell and another deputy.
And of the three of you, do you know who the first one to head upstream was, upriver?
Are you referring to after getting onto the river itself?
Yes.
I believe that was me.
And did you have body camera on at the time?
I did.
Have a, may I approach?
Yes.
What's been marked as Exhibit 42, what's that labeled as?
Stumo body camera.
Do you want to admit and publish portions?
All right, 42 is received. Go ahead and play the portions you wish to show.
I'll just do it. While I'm doing this, did you, after you were at the scene of the stabbings, did you go out to another location also?
Correct.
What was the second location?
The Village Park.
What'd you end up going there for?
To assist with apprehending the suspect if he was located at that location.
And Village Park, is that the exit for the tubers?
Correct.
All right. Can we have the screen? Looks. I'm on 1:54 seconds. If we would have watched earlier, it'd just be you driving to the scene.
That is correct.
We'll be working on getting the investigators out. 10-4 handles ready to. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. 10th Rogan. Idiot 30 trip. Dispatch Sunrise access is open. Sunrise access.
While this is playing, is this that private road for an old campground?
Open down to the river.
Yes, it is.
10-4 54. dispatch should be on scene just underneath, getting flagged down by people.
We have to take the river down.
He punched me in the face. I don't know what the fuck.
I got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please.
We're going to help.
We got a gentleman down there.
His guts are out in the fucking open.
Okay.
All right, I'm stopping at 3 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm gonna jump ahead. I'm gonna mute the screen, please. All right, I'm ready. I'm gonna play from 4 minutes, 29 seconds.
You might be dead by now.
How far at?
Right there by the
One individual slit from here to his chest.
All right.
His guts are exposed. The other one is slit stabbed in the chest. There's one stab in the kidney area.
3 down there? We got 3 individuals down the river. Significant stabbing.
The other person, their lung is popped.
Okay, how deep? Not deep? All right.
It's bleeding bad. The person's balls are out. He's about to lose consciousness.
All right.
We're doing CPR on the one who's going right here. The one.
Is he on the other side of the river?
No, on this side, right down, right there. Two of them right next to each other.
All right, you want to help me out here?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna pause at 5:36. That gentleman you just made contact with, did you have any idea who that was at the time?
I did not.
I just want to write down, look like 1557 on the bottom of the screen there.
Correct.
That would be 357, is that right?
Correct.
And I'm going to continue playing.
Where's the guy? Okay, where's the stabber?
I don't know. I've been asking questions. Nobody knows. Yeah. We all got into it.
Sorry about your dispatch, Beth. Iron Jeff is going to be off sunrise.
Yeah. Can't go fast.
I'm pausing at 6:41. You can take the screen down.
Mr. Nelson?
Sir, the video showed you getting out of the car, walking toward the river. Is that right?
Correct.
And there's a blonde woman in a blue bathing suit, correct?
That is correct.
And you body cam captures her, correct?
Correct.
And as you know, body cams, you're absolutely able to like take a screenshot of that, correct?
Correct.
And on the body cam, the blonde girl in the blue swimsuit, her face is fully visible, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Were you ever asked to take a screenshot to zoom in on her face?
No.
Did you ever do that?
No.
You aware if anybody else ever did that?
No.
Did you ever come back and have contact with that blonde woman in the blue swimsuit?
I don't believe so.
And again, there's a lot going on, correct?
That is correct.
She wasn't, she didn't have any injuries that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Had she had injuries that you observed, you probably either would have told somebody else, tended to it, or tried to document them in some way, correct?
That is correct.
That's what you're trained to do as a law enforcement officer, correct?
That is correct.
In that moment, again, I don't mean to imply I'm critical of you, just you didn't have any awareness that she had an injury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't observe one, correct?
Sustained.
You, at some point, and it's not on the video, it stopped, but if we continue on in the video, you move forward, continue up the river, is that right?
Correct.
And as you go up the river, you have contact with a married couple, who's rendering CPR aid to one of the people who's injured, correct?
That is correct.
You've now come to know that that's Andrea and Robert Baldazo.
Correct.
At some point, did you see, you were speaking with them, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldazo?
Correct.
And did you observe him pick up a snorkel and/or goggles?
I don't believe so.
Were you the one that collected those?
No.
Did he tell you about those?
No.
Did you make any observations of the snorkel or goggle?
I did not.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldazo about his knife?
I did not.
You want to ask you a little bit about the search for the suspect, okay?
Sure.
You heard different things, or let me take back. You were a part of that, correct?
Correct.
At some point, right?
Correct.
At first, it was all about rendering aid, correct?
Yes.
Taking care of people's safety, right?
Yes.
And making sure you could secure the safety of everybody else, considering you didn't know what was going on, right?
Yes.
You at some point learned that there were citizens that were looking for the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And you came to learn that at least one of those citizens had a bat, correct?
I apologize. Had a what?
Had a baseball bat?
I do not recall it this time.
Okay. When you were at Village Park, were you aware of that? You didn't remember that guy looking around for Mr. Miu with a bat?
I do not remember.
You certainly remember that there were non-law enforcement citizens that were looking for Mr. Miu, correct?
Correct.
And did you didn't know what their intent was, correct?
That is correct.
You, as a law enforcement officer, wanted to secure the suspect, correct?
Correct.
Both to keep everybody else safe from the suspect, correct?
Correct.
As well as to keep the suspect safe from everybody else, correct?
Yes.
You certainly don't want a lynch mob going after somebody, correct?
Correct.
And that was probably one of your concerns, is that the temperature on that river on that day at that time was extremely high and intense, right?
That is correct.
Lots of strong emotions, correct?
Yes.
And when you have and there were strong, intense emotions coming from numerous people, correct?
Yes.
And you, as a trained officer, were concerned about how those strong and intense emotions from numerous people could kind of escalate each other, correct?
Objected. Relevant speculation.
Sustained.
You have concerns about the suspect's safety as well as everybody else's safety?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Thank you.
Did you help in eventually finding and handcuffing Mr. Miu, correct?
I assisted with the very end portion of that, I suppose. Yes.
And he was, fair to say, compliant with law enforcement's requests, correct?
Correct.
You didn't resist in any way, correct?
Correct.
At the time, I would imagine you didn't know whether he had a weapon or didn't have a weapon, correct?
That is correct.
I would imagine at some point, if you find out somebody has a weapon, that changes things from your standpoint, correct?
Correct.
Would it be, again, trying to summarize me quick, you're thankful that he didn't have a weapon when you had contact with him?
Sustained.
Did he have a weapon when you had contact with him?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did he have a phone when you had contact with him?
I do not recall.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
When we're responding to this incident, what was your primary concern?
My primary concern was the victims on the river.
Stabbing victims?
That is correct.
Were you looking to see if other people had bruises or scratches or slight swelling or anything like that, or not paying attention to that kind of thing?
Only what was immediately directed to me.
So significant injuries?
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson? Thank you, Officer Stumo. You may step down. Who is the next witness? Ben Trebian. Deputy Trebian, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you say your name for the record, please?
Deputy Benjamin Trebian, last name Trebian.
And what do you do for a living?
Patrol deputy with St. Croix County.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
About 4.5 years.
What are your general duties as a patrol officer?
Patrol, take calls, respond to calls.
Were you on duty back on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Were you one of the many officers that got dispatched to the stabbings on the Apple River in Somerset?
I was.
What was the information you were given initially?
I was given that there was multiple people that were stabbed on the river. I was sent a photo, was asked to respond to an area and set up a perimeter.
Well, what was the photo you were sent?
Male, 50s, he was described as Russian, wearing camo swim trunks.
Who was supposedly the photo of?
Nicolae Miu, or the suspect in the stabbing.
Thank you. Were you given a specific assignment in relation to your response?
I was just tasked with responding to perimeter. I set up on near I and 170th and was moving there.
All right. At some point, did you get called away from where you were trying to establish a perimeter?
Yes.
And before we move on, when you say you're establishing a perimeter, what are you trying to do?
Just contain the suspect into a certain area.
At that point, had a suspect been located?
Not at that point.
At some point, you moved away from where you were assigned to establish a perimeter?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I responded. We were advised that possible suspect was seen at the tubing exit. I responded to corner of Sunrise and Parent Street in Somerset, where I then ran down to the tubing exit.
Were other law enforcement officers there by the time you arrived?
Yes,
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
I was.
Were you recording your actions at that time?
Yes.
I can approach the witness, Judge.
Yes, you may.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 47. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my body cam flash drive.
Is it labeled?
Yes.
What's the label say?
Trebian AC video.
That's your name?
Yep.
All right, move for admission of 47 and ask to publish.
Any objection to 47?
No, Judge.
It is received. Go ahead and play the portions you wish to show.
This particular segment, Judge, is the whole video. It's less than 2 minutes. I'll start from the beginning and play to the end.
Tell us when you're ready.
It's 2 minutes, 8 seconds, Judge. We're starting right at the beginning. We're ready.
Camera recording started.
Appears we were in a camel colored shirt.
I'm sorry, yeah. No,
You're just being detained at this point, okay?
Yes.
36 dispatch, believe we have the suspect detained. Believe we have him detained at the time.
No, no weapons or anything like that.
36 has a possible suspect detained at 6049. Everybody hold where they're at. We need a photo so we can confirm this. I got it. I'm coming up on across the bridge right now.
Like I said, you're just being detained at this point, okay, boss?
I got a photo on my phone. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah. Chain matches.
Yep,
Shorts.
What's your name? Nick.
Nick what?
Nick Miu.
Okay.
Bring over my.
What did he do?
This way.
Bring over my squad. He's not double locked at this point.
All right, we'll worry about it over here.
Yep. He's got a silver chain
It matches.
on him. Silver block chain.
Same shorts.
Let me double lock this quick. Like I said, sir, you're just detained at this point, okay? We'll explain anything in a second here. Got some pretty good markings on his hand, too. Alright. Someone wants to take a picture of that? Yeah, we're on his thumb.
Deputy, was that your body cam, or a portion of your body cam from that day?
Yes.
When you made contact with Mr. Miu at the park. Did his clothing match what his clothing was in the photo you were sent of the suspect you were looking for?
In the photo, he was just wearing shorts at the time. And the video there, he's wearing a camo button-down shirt. He's got glasses and a hat on.
When he was first detained, did you know for sure that he was the person you were looking for?
Not initially when I observed him, but once we pulled up the photos and confirmed the markings, then we did.
Did you have to remove his hat and his glasses to confirm that?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated in the body cam that he had some markings on his hands.
Yes.
Can you describe those?
Just cuts and nicks on knuckles and on his hands.
Did you take some pictures of those?
I did.
Yes, you may.
Deputy, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48. Can you tell me what that is?
Pictures of Mr. Miu's hands that I took.
How many pages?
2.
How many actual photographs?
2.
Is that what you described as the markings that were on his hands?
Yes.
Are those the photos you took that day?
Yes.
With permission of Exhibit 48?
Any objection?
No objection.
48 is received.
Ask for permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
I'll do it on the camo.
Try, oh, clear it, let's start again.
I can.
No, it's working.
I'll say for the record, that's page 1 of the exhibit. That's page 2. After Mr. Miu was taken into custody, did you have any more involvement in this case that day?
Once he was taken into custody, I then searched his person, didn't locate anything on his person. I also assisted with canine search of the area of where the stabbing took place and evidence collection at that point down by the river there.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
I want to ask you some questions of there at Village Park, okay?
Yep.
Village Park is where the exit is for the river, correct?
Yes.
Pretty much everyone who gets on the river gets off at Village Park, right?
Yes.
Today there, or on this day, there was some exceptions that people were diverted over to another place to exit, correct?
I don't recall if there was a secondary point exit.
And I wasn't trying, like, there was an ambulance that came, people exited where the ambulance was.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
There was a small group of people that exited there. Fair to say?
Yes.
When I say small, it might be multiple groups, but it's like less than 50 people. Agreed?
Maybe.
Okay. Were you there at that point where the bridge goes over, Highway 35, 64 goes over, and where they brought the people with injuries out? Were you there ever?
Later after with helping with evidence collection.
Okay, but not until, by that time, I would imagine the people that had exited in that place were essentially had gone. Fair to say?
Probably.
Okay. You didn't observe them at least, correct?
I did not, no.
You don't have a memory of it at least?
No.
So at the exit at the Village Park, you'd gotten a description of the man that you were looking for, correct?
Correct.
And it was based upon this photo that somebody had provided and distributed around, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that photo may have also been distributed to some citizens, some non-law enforcement people, for all you knew, correct?
I can't say that for certain.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of that now?
No, not until you said that.
Okay. And in addition to the photo, you had somebody's physical description, correct?
Yes.
And when you get a physical description, you in that position, you have, you rely on it, correct?
Yes.
It may or may not be accurate, right?
Potentially.
Yeah. It may or may not be helpful, correct?
Possibly.
You're not there to judge the accuracy of it. You're just, you got that information and you're going to process it for whatever value it's worth, right?
Correct.
So in this situation, somebody said he looks Russian, correct?
Correct.
What does a Russian look like?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Was that helpful to you in any manner?
Not particularly.
Okay. When you were there at the Village Park, do you gain knowledge that there was a man with a bat looking for Mr. Miu?
I remember hearing about that, yes.
And in fact, that man with the bat had confronted Mr. Miu just before the arrest, as far as you know. Is that right?
Objection, Foundation. Sustained.
Do you know?
I do not recall if he ever approached him.
Okay. Were the handcuffs placed on Mr. Miu?
I did not place handcuffs, but I was there, yes.
Somebody else placed the handcuffs on him?
Yes.
Their other set?
I'm sorry, what can you repeat?
Somebody else's set of handcuffs were put on Mr. Miu?
Yes.
At some point, were you there to see that pair of handcuffs taken off and another pair of handcuffs put on him?
Yes.
And during that exchange, from Mr. Miu's one set of handcuffs being taken on to another set of handcuffs being taken on, do you remember the talk at that point in the presence of Mr. Miu about there's a guy looking for walking around with a bat? Do you remember that?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what we were talking about at that time, but
Do you remember that during one of the body cams?
yeah, I remember hearing about it.
Okay. And do you remember how Mr. Miu reacted in your presence when he heard that there was a man on the river looking for him with a body cam? Do you remember his look of surprise?
I do not know.
Do you remember his look of shock?
No, I don't.
Do you remember his look of fear?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. So were you the person that essentially, for lack of a better term, identified Mr. Miu, like, we think it's him?
We saw him, yes, and then looking at the photo that we were sent, we confirmed it, yes.
Okay, and I understand you using the word "we." You're the one here talking, so I'm not going to use the "we." I'm just talking about you. Agreed?
Yes.
You saw him, and you're like, I think that's the guy.
Correct.
And at the time that you saw him. Can I get exhibits? It's 110 and 111. 112. All of those, if I could. Okay. When you saw Mr. Miu, he had on a hat, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the day on that trip, he had a hat on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Miu, you saw him with glasses on, correct?
Sunglasses, yes.
Do you know if when he started that trip, he had sunglasses on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Miu, he had a shirt on, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if when he started that trip, he had his shirt on?
I do not.
He also had shorts on?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip, he had shorts on?
I don't for sure, but I'd assume so.
And when you saw him, he had a necklace on, correct?
Yes.
You know if when he started the trip, he had the necklace on?
I don't.
And then when you saw him, he had shoes on, correct?
Yeah, sandals.
And do you know if he started the trip with those shoes on?
I do not.
Essentially, those are the 6 things that you saw that he was wearing at the end of the trip when you saw him, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what of those 6 things he was wearing at the beginning, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
When you saw him, you saw the necklace and the shorts. I'm sorry, the picture showed him with necklace and shorts, correct?
Correct.
You were still able to say, when you saw him wearing all 6 of the items, you were still able to say, I think that's the guy, correct?
Yes.
And when you essentially, you and other law enforcement officers said something along the lines of, come with us, right? You verbally told the person who we now know as Mr. Miu to like stop, something along those lines. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when he was given that verbal command, he complied, correct?
Yes.
He was very, as we saw through it there, very cooperative, correct?
Yes.
The first words out of his mouth were something like, I'm sorry, something like that.
I don't recall. That's what it was.
And then you had close contact with him, correct?
Yes.
And you were a trained police officer. You're trying to both make sure everybody's safe as well as at some point maybe do some investigation, collect evidence, correct?
Yes.
It's all going on at the same time, right?
Yes.
So at some point during that, you make observations of his hands, correct?
Yes.
And when you made those observations, you made a point to document it, correct?
Yes.
Because that's what police do, right?
Yeah.
When they see evidence, they make sure they document it, correct?
Yes.
Can you imagine a world in which if you saw a mark on his hands, you wouldn't take a photo?
Objection, Your Honor, is relevant. Sustained.
You took a photo of his hands.
Yes.
Why?
Evidence of potential evidence of crime.
You would agree the marks on his hands, you don't know how he got those, right?
I do not know.
They would be consistent with somebody perhaps falling in the river and having their hands hit the bottom of the river.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation irrelevant. Sustained on foundation.
Have you seen people with marks on their hands before?
Yes.
Have you seen people fall in the river before?
Yes.
You've seen people's hands hit rocks and dirt and ground before?
Yes.
Would you say what you observed on his hands are consistent with someone obtaining those marks from falling in the river and having their hand hit rocks and dirt and ground?
Potentially. As a law enforcement officer, I imagine you have times where you deal with people who have drank alcohol, correct? Yes.
And sometimes that's relevant evidence that you want to, again, document, correct?
Yes.
Some of those things that you would document would be something that you smell, right?
Yes.
Or some of the things that you document might be the speech that you hear that somebody says, correct?
Yes.
Because if somebody's intoxicated, they often smell of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
If somebody's intoxicated, they often have slurred speech, correct?
Yes.
When you notice those things, you might document them in a report, correct?
Yes.
And then you might do further investigation to try to collect additional information to confirm your observations, right?
Yes.
That might be simply to ask somebody a question, right?
Yes.
Might be to give somebody a chemical test, correct?
Yes.
Relevant.
It's very relevant.
Overruled. Can we get to the point?
Yep. And if you have that observation, sometimes you don't only document it, you might give it on to somebody else that you're working with, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you passed none of that information on to anybody else. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you didn't document anything regarding any particular smell of alcohol or signs of intoxication or alcohol use, correct?
I did not know.
And you didn't document those because when you were in close contact with Mr. Miu, you had no evidence, no reason to believe that he'd been consuming alcohol to the point that it would have been relevant evidence for you to collect, right?
My contact with him, I didn't notice any signs.
Sure. But you were certainly, and again, appropriately so, in your role as a law enforcement officer, you were right there next to him, correct?
Correct.
For at least several minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
Deputy, was part of the other information you had, in addition to what he looked like on the river, the picture, were you told whether he was alone or in a group?
I don't recall that.
When you made contact with him at the village park, was he with other folks?
Yes.
How many?
Roughly 12 to 15 maybe.
Had you ever been given information to look for a group of 12 to 15 people that he might be in it?
Not that I recall.
The it fair to say there was a number of law enforcement officers located at Village Park when Mr. Miu came up from the beach?
Yes,
Did you see him approach any law enforcement officers?
I did not, no.
Did you see officers approach him?
When we approached him, yes.
This is in a situation where you surrendered?
Yes.
Did you, once he was detained, Mr. Nelson had asked you some questions about his, I guess, his expression. Do you remember any shocked expression on his face?
I do not know.
Do you remember, what do you remember about what his face looked like?
That he was kind of in a trance, didn't really say anything. I just remember him saying his name, and when he was told he was detained, he said yes, and kind of in a trance-like state almost.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Your experience as a law enforcement officer, I imagine you've dealt with victims in the past, correct?
Yes.
Victims of violent crime, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes when you've dealt with victims of violent crime, you've seen them in ways that you observe to be expressions of shock, right?
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but just like shock as in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And sometimes in those observations that you've seen of people who have been victims of violent crime, that can be expressed in a manner of like a trance-like state, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And that's what you saw from Mr. Miu was consistent with that shock-like trauma, correct?
Shock or something similar.
That's all.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step down. Who is the next witness?
Sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mitch Thomasson.
Nothing to share.
Do we have to talk about his body cam?
Yes.
All right. Members of the jury, I do need to speak with the attorneys about a matter, so we're going to excuse you to the deliberation room. I hope this won't take very long, but please be patient.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. The attorneys and Mr. Miu are present. At the beginning of trial, Mr. Nelson submitted a letter with a motion of sorts objecting to a portion of Deputy Thomasson's body camera footage. Mr. Anderson, you've received a copy of that letter?
Yes.
Who's arguing the motion?
I can.
Okay. Are you intending to play the portions that he's objecting to?
Yes.
All right. What's the basis?
So Miranda only applies if it's a question likely to elicit an incriminating response. They said, you're under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. Okay. And he says, okay. That's it. They're not interrogating him. They're not asking him questions about the incident. They're just asking if he heard what they said. He says, okay.
Mr. Nelson?
Respectfully, I disagree with that recitation of the facts. It's a very short video, and I don't see any reason why Your Honor couldn't watch it right now. They do tell him he's under arrest. They do say, okay, and he doesn't respond. They then say, we're next going to essentially bring you to the police station, and there's going to be an investigator there to speak with you. And then they ask the question, all right, and it's to that question that he responds, okay. So it is not in response to the information that he's being charged with a crime. It's in response to a question about what happens next and where you're going to go.
So you're objecting on Miranda grounds.
I'm objecting on relevancy, and I'm also objecting on Miranda.
What's the relevance?
So he's acknowledging he's hearing what the officers are saying, and then he acts surprised in his interview, like he didn't know somebody died. There's a lot of that that's going to be argued in closing. The chaos at the scene, all the victims there, everybody else seeing what's going on. That will be one of our arguments. But then also, he's told he's under arrest for homicide, and then told there's going to be somebody's going to talk to him. He acknowledges he hears them,
Okay.
and then he acts like he's surprised in the interview.
Judge, if I may?
Yes.
If the state wanted to introduce testimony from a law enforcement officer that said, I told X to Mr. Miu, I think they get to do that. It's the response that we're worried about. And so if they call the officer and the officer says, I told him he was under arrest for X and Y, there's no, I don't think they, what happened next is the cutoff, but I think they get to do that. And I think that addresses whatever relevancy there is to it without having to get into Mr. Miu's response.
I guess I don't understand what the prejudice is.
By same token, what's the relevance?
I think I just outlined it. That's our position. I
There's the
haven't,
prejudice. I mean, they don't want that to come in because it's obviously harmful.
but why? I haven't heard it articulated why it's prejudicial. They just, not wanting it to come in isn't prejudice.
So a couple of things. I don't have to prove it's prejudicial. You have to prove it's relevant. If it's relevant, I can then argue it's unfairly prejudiced. That's not my argument. I'm saying his answer is not relevant. If you want his answer in, which is what you, I think, are trying to do, that's a different relevancy analysis. And first, that's a Miranda violation. Second, I think his answer is, the probative value is outweighed by the whatever, the probative value of his answer is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So the question, I think, really is, what's the relevance of his answer? Not his being told the information. We get that, we concede that.
So if it has any tendency to make it more or less likely it's relevant to be excluded, this prejudice has to substantially outweigh the relevance by statute. And I still haven't heard an articulation on how it's prejudicial.
Okay, let's turn this a different way. What about the Miranda analysis?
It's not a question likely to or meant to elicit an incriminating response. It's just,
But you're using it to prove he's guilty. So isn't it an incriminating response?
it turned out to be, but at the time they're just asking if you heard. But it's only useful to the state because then he later acts like he didn't know somebody died.
Just lastly, Judge, again, his answer isn't to the information about his arrest. His answer is in response to they're telling him they're taking him to the police station where he's going to meet with an investigator.
I saw the video once during motion practice, so I have a vague recollection of the sequence, but if it's short, let's take a look at it so I can make a fresh decision. Tell us when you're ready.
right, I'm ready.
Yep. Last I heard was nothing is gonna poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. And that's all we're gonna discuss with you right now. More than likely an investigator will come and talk to you at the jail. All right?
Okay.
Further thoughts? Anything else?
No.
All right, the video, in my judgment, has evidentiary value to a point. If it is the state's contention that Mr. Miu acted like he didn't know what was going on or acted surprised during the jail interview, I think it's relevant to show that he had advanced knowledge about the circumstances of his arrest. So clearly the portion of the video where he's being taken into custody, the deputy tells him the reason for it, I think is relevant for that purpose. We can see on the video, Mr. Miu appears to be alert, he appears to be paying attention. So I think that will feed into the state's argument. That much is relevant. The portion where Mr. Miu acknowledges what was being said had to do with the investigator coming to see him. That does not have the same relevance that you're describing here, because it has nothing to do with Mr. Miu being told about the charges. He's being told about something else, which is not relevant to the jury's task. So I'm ruling portion of the video after the reason for the arrest is announced is irrelevant. I don't know what mark that was in the sequence, so we'll have to go through one more to identify exactly the point where it's going to stop.
Okay. Oh, can we get the screen?
Simmons under arrest. Are we done that yet? Last I heard was nothing is gonna poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way. Absolutely.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. And that's
the point.
2036. Obviously, if it's a second or so off, as long as I'm not getting the part that Your Honor said, I can.
Continue playing, let's see how close it is.
That's all we're gonna discuss with you right now. More than likely an investigator.
So
236.
236 is the spot. All right, anything else we need to address?
We made for Sheriff Knutson, given Your Honor's order on the suppression motion, we actually clipped it, so we didn't, because that one happens really fast, the follow-up. So we clipped it down to 23 seconds, so I was just gonna play that to make sure that Your Honor agrees it's in line with your order, defense does, so there's no surprises.
You've seen the clipped version?
We,
I've not.
Okay, let's
told
play it
me
then.
what-
We'll- If Knutson is next, let's play it. We can roll right into the next witness.
and we actually are doing Thomasson first, so it'll be Thomasson, then Knutson.
Okay.
And I imagine their defense doesn't want a suggestion that there's more than this body cam, so I was just gonna ask, is your body cam on this flash drive? Ask to publish, play it, and not go into detail or ask if it's only a portion, et cetera.
Sounds fair.
And just for the record, this has the full one on there, but actually want to pull up the screen so we can see it. The reason we have both of them on there is because in the event Nicolae testifies, the rest could potentially be used if your court, Your Honor, agrees that it's not coerced. I don't think we've ever, it was mentioned in briefing, but I don't think there's ever a ruling on it, but
Just so my understanding is when that exhibit is marked and that exhibit is published, we're all agreeing that for now, it's the digital file titled 23 seconds for court.
correct.
Agreed.
Agreed.
That's my understanding.
We can have the screen back.
Good play.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed.
Um,
And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
We tried to end it too on a spot that seemed like it's not cutting off and it feels natural.
I agree that that portion of the video is consistent with the court's ruling, so other than our previous objections, I
Right.
understand and don't add any more.
I agree, the 23 seconds portion is consistent with my ruling as well, so that will be admissible and played to the jury when the time comes.
As long as we're outside of the presence of the jury, when Mr. Thomasson is called, I understand this, they're gonna play this clip. Mr. Thompson has another video. I don't know if the state intends to call that portion of the video. I intend to play a portion of that video in which the presence of the baseball bat is discussed in front of Mr. Miu. So as long as we're out, I don't know if they're gonna have an objection. If so, I just wanted to let everybody know right now. It's on exhibit number, or it's on previously marked discovery video number 105 at approximately the 3-minute mark. I'm happy to pull it up right now and we can.
I have the actual exhibit here, so. We didn't have advance warning that they wanted to do that, so I have not watched that portion recently.
So I don't know how long their direct is. We can deal with it now. We can sort it out over the lunch hour, whatever Your Honor wants to do.
How long's your direct?
I'm doing it, Your Honor. It's not lengthy. The portions of the video that I was planning on playing are very short, obviously.
So we'll probably get to your cross.
Okay.
How much cross do you have? Do you have a lot of cross?
Depends on your definition of a lot. But no, I don't think so, Judge.
So potentially we could get to your portion of the video before noon.
Yes,
All right,
potentially.
let's take a look then.
Who's gonna be pulling it up?
I am.
If you could start it at 2:55, just so I know exactly what's, I think it starts at the 3-minute mark.
You can turn it on. When the jury's out, we can.
Give your set down.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
Continue to staging point 22. Westfield.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
3:05.
Mr. Smithstead?
I don't object, Your Honor.
All right, that solves it. All right, let's bring the jury back in.
Your Honor, I think you've got an agreement that I don't have to have the witness look at the flash drive and say that's a fine count. Fair to say.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, no, we're not going to be objecting to Bodycam Foundation.
All rise for the jury.
turn the mic if Mr. Smith says going to do the exam. Please be seated. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We are ready to resume. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Mitch Thomasson.
Deputy Thomasson, please approach. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
How will you state your name, please?
Mitch Thomasson,
How do you spell your last name?
Thomason.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How many years have you been a law enforcement officer?
Over 20.
What are your duties as the lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Department generally?
Supervising the patrol unit.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you get called out due to the Apple River stabbing incident?
Yes.
Were you out in the field doing work?
I was not working that day. I got a page out for our SWAT team was paged out for that incident.
As a lieutenant, is that something that you're typically involved in?
Yes.
All right. Did you get dispatched to a particular area?
The page had the initial incident location. So when I responded to the sheriff's office to grab our drone. And then while I was en route, after I got the drone, while I was en route to Somerset, the updated location of near the rapids is where I responded to.
And when you say the rapids, is that by Village Park?
Yes.
You said you were off duty, but when you responded, were you in uniform?
Correct, yes.
Carrying a sidearm?
Yes.
Where did you first go?
I responded to basically the east side of the river underneath the walking bridge, which is accessible by vehicle by turning off a Main Street or Highway 35 to the south and following a trail.
Had you been given at that point a picture of what the suspect looked like?
Yes.
Do you recall, as you sit here today, what he was wearing in the photograph that you were given for the picture?
The initial description was a 50s something, white male, no shirt, swim trunks with a gold or a necklace chain. The picture was similar to that.
At the time that you arrived to the area, had the suspect been taken in custody yet?
No.
Because of that, did you use caution when you approached?
Yes.
Did you draw your firearm?
I did.
Explain what happened once you got to the Village Park area.
So I parked my squad, exited. I had my handgun drawn but pointed down. There was a group approaching me, walking on the footpath. What struck me as odd is one of the people in that group was wearing a long sleeve button-up shirt, hat, and glasses. Didn't fit in with the rest of the group. I could see just a little bit of a necklace. I felt that was possibly the suspect that we were looking for. However, I knew a large portion of officers were coming down behind me. So I passed that group to make sure there wasn't, just to rule out that there wasn't anybody else that matched the description. And then behind me, I heard someone yell, that was the person.
Was the defendant part of that group that walked past you as you were going down?
Yes, he was the one wearing the button-up long sleeve shirt, hat, and sunglasses.
Did he make any attempt to flag you down or talk to you?
Nobody did. Nobody looked at me as I walked past with my gun drawn.
How many seconds after you walked past did someone else, some other law enforcement person, recognize him?
Probably within 5 to 10 seconds, because at that point it was a civilian with a baseball bat that yelled, "That's the suspect," or "That's the guy."
Did you see the civilian with the baseball bat?
Yes.
Did he attack the defendant in any fashion?
No, he just pointed at the subject.
At the time this happened, did you have a recollection of how many law enforcement personnel were in that general area at the Village Park? I mean,
Everybody was still responding. As the suspect was taken into custody, it was one of our deputies, Deputy Ben Trebian, and a Polk County deputy, and then I was standing there. So in the immediate area surrounding the person himself was 3 of us, but it was constantly people showing up. So I don't know a static number of the initially.
once he was, we'll strike that. Were you wearing a body cam that day?
Yes.
Was it recording your activities at Village Park?
Yes.
Did you at some point make contact with Mr. Miu after he had been arrested or detained?
Yes. After he was handcuffed, I escorted him to my squad, placed him in my squad, grabbed my transport belt, just knowing with the incident that this would be a timely process, and then switched out his handcuffs with a transport belt so his hands were handcuffed in front of his body instead of behind, and then placed him in my car.
Yes.
Mr. Smestad.
Lieutenant Thomasson, are you aware that your body cam is located on a flash drive that our offices have been holding on to?
Yes.
If I told you it was marked as Exhibit 9, would that make sense to you?
Yes.
We're going to be playing a portion of your body cam from Exhibit 9. I'm not going to ask you questions about it. I'm not going to have you comment about it. We're just going to play it, okay?
Okay.
And we're starting at the 2016 mark.
Want to advise him he's under arrest? Have we done that yet? Last I heard was
He's gonna poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way.
absolutely.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide.
Is that your body cam?
Yes.
That's your voice in the background?
Correct.
And we stopped Judge at 2036.
Thank you.
After informing Mr. Miu what he was charged with, nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Thomasson. Morning.
Morning.
I'm going to ask you some questions about your arrival at the Village Park where the exit is there, okay?
Mhm.
You observed, let me, can I get that exhibit one time again? Yes, please. 11 maybe, both of them? Thank you. When you observed we saw the video here, just a 20-second clip when you were, do you remember what he looked like there?
Yes,
He didn't have sunglasses on in that picture, correct?
correct,
He didn't have a hat on in that picture, correct?
correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 110, and it's been published before, okay? I want to ask you some questions about that. Permission to publish that? You seen this photo before, sir?
I don't think so.
And I know that, Elmo, there's a bit of a glare. Are you able to see it, or you want me to give it to you in your hand?
That's fine.
Do you see to the left there a person you now recognize as Nicolae Miu?
Yes,
He's in that photo wearing the shirt that he was wearing when you arrested him.
yes.
He's wearing the necklace that he was wearing when you arrested him.
Well, without confirming it, but it appears to be the same, yes.
He's wearing a necklace. Agreed?
Yes,
He's wearing sunglasses. Agreed.
yes,
He's wearing a hat. Agreed?
yes.
And I think you can even see like the sandals. Agreed.
Mine is cut off on the bottom, but
Miss, you see it there just on the bottom.
it appears so.
So in the photo, exhibit 110, he appears to be wearing the same 6 items of clothing that you saw him wearing when you saw him walking up from the river. Is that right?
In a different manner, but yes,
The shirt was buttoned up, correct?
yes,
But other than that, it's the same clothing, correct?
yes, that appears.
And obviously, he has a different expression on his face at the beginning of the trip than he does at the end of the trip, right?
Correct.
You, when you're back to the village park where the exit is, okay? When you approach there, you said you drew your gun out, correct?
Yes,
Obviously, that's for lots of reasons, but particularly safety. Agreed?
yes,
Your safety first, correct?
yes,
And then the safety of everybody else around there, correct?
yes,
Whether they be victims, witnesses, suspects, citizens, you're concerned about everybody's safety, correct?
yes,
And that's why at that point, even though there's not an immediate threat to you, you have your weapon out, correct?
yes,
That's what you've been trained to do sometimes, correct?
yes,
Be prepared, correct?
yes,
Did you, in that moment, you had information, correct?
yes.
Did you have a particular fear, or is this just, in that instance, were you fearful? Is that why you drew out your weapon?
If I understand correctly, I wasn't responding to how I felt being in danger. I was responding to what the information I was given and to conduct my job properly.
There might be danger. The safest thing to do here is to have my gun drawn.
Yes,
And when it was drawn, again, I'm just trying to gather the facts, not being critical. Do you understand that?
Mhm.
Yeah, how, when you draw it, do you, we've all watched shows, and so sometimes I see somebody pointing a firearm, sometimes I see them holding it down by their side, sometimes it's with one hand, sometimes it's with 2 hands. As you come down and you make visual assessment that Mr. Miu is there, you don't know at the time that he's Mr. Miu, but now we do. I want to ask about how you're holding the gun then. Does that make sense?
yes,
Can you tell us that?
yes. It was pointed down towards the ground.
Okay, 1 hand, 2 hands?
One hand.
And then as you had it, 1 hand down towards the ground, you're walking past people, correct?
Yes,
And one of those people that you walk past is Mr. Miu, correct?
yes.
And about how far are you? 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet?
I'd say within, let's call it 8 to 10 feet.
Okay. And do you see him standing, walking, jogging, running? What do you see him doing?
So the group that he was with, there was maybe 1 or 2 people between him and I, but they're all walking straight from where I came from, past me and all looking straight ahead.
Okay.
I look at them, see him, and then I'm scanning the area.
So Mr. Miu was with other people and they were all walking at the same pace, correct?
Yes,
Fair to say it would just be a normal human walking pace?
Yes.
You, when you walk past, your thoughts are, that might be the guy, correct?
Yes, similar.
But you also knew that other law enforcement was coming, correct?
Yes.
And in that moment, you made the choice, not critical again, just you made the choice to say, I'm going to keep walking to see if the guy might be down the river, and we'll let the next group of law enforcement deal with this person that might be the guy. Fair to say?
Yes, so my decision was predicated purely on the fact that I knew more officers were arriving.
Yes.
If I knew I was down there by myself, what I believed him to be more than likely the suspect, I would have taken him into custody right away.
Sure. Or I imagine if you believed that he was in that moment posing some sort of immediate danger, you'd address that, correct?
Correct.
But for what you were like, that might be the guy, your danger assessment wasn't heightened based upon your observations of him, correct?
I was not being attacked or threatened to be attacked. I think that's what you mean.
Just, you didn't find a reason at that point to say, even if I think that's the guy, I need to address him right now, right? I'm imagining that's because you're like, in that moment, even if he's the guy, you didn't think he was so dangerous that you needed to address him.
Well, based on what we're told, there's the danger of what was reported.
Absolutely.
But I also need to make sure that I don't mistake somebody else and get ambushed or miss a potential another suspect. So that's why I was looking just to double check, if that makes sense.
Doesn't, but I'm not a law enforcement officer and it doesn't
Okay.
need to. So I appreciate that. There's lots of factors that you're considering, correct?
Yes.
In whatever reason, in that moment, you decided to walk past him and let the next group of officers deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then they did deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then you turned around and observed that, correct?
I turned around and assisted.
And by the time you turned around to assist, they were dealing with it, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Miu was not running away, correct?
Correct.
He was cooperating, right?
Yes.
Well, from what you saw, he complied, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you decided, you saw that he was cuffed with his hands behind his back, correct?
Yes.
That can be an uncomfortable position for some people, agreed?
Yes.
And because of that, you were like, this might be a long time. I'm going to go get, what'd you call it, a belt?
Transport belt.
What is that?
It's a name for it, but it's a Velcro belt, has a D-ring in the front. So then the handcuffs go through the D-ring. So basically, for any extended period of time that someone's restrained, their hands can be in front of them, but then they're secured at their belt line. So if someone wanted to resist or try to do something, their hands are locked at their waist, but it's more comfortable position for a longer duration.
And you knew essentially he was going to be placed inside of a squad car where he would be sitting down, correct?
Yes.
And sitting down with your hands cuffed behind your back can be painful, correct?
Yes.
So that was the purpose, and you're putting him in this belt is for safety and comfort, right?
Safety and then comfort, just knowing that the investigation might be lengthy.
Sure. And I'm not critical of your considering both. I just want to make sure that it's not just safety, agreed?
Correct.
It was an additional, you're wearing these things out and saying, I got to do this, got to make sure that he's comfortable and can sit there that long, correct?
Yes.
During that time, when you go get your belt, you come back, you're up close with Mr. Miu, is that right? You assist with putting the transport belt on him?
Yes.
You're like in his personal space, correct?
Yep, correct.
And in that time, he doesn't do anything to you, correct?
No.
You agree?
Yes, correct. He did not do anything to
That
me.
was a poor question on my fault. And because of your job, you have to be essentially in his personal space, right?
Yes.
And when you were in his personal space in that setting, I'm sure you're trying to both keep everybody safe, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, you want to make sure that the person whose space you're in is comfortable, correct?
It's one of the considerations.
Yeah, you don't want to get in somebody's personal space without kind of making sure it's safe for everybody, right?
Yes,
And part of that is you're making that person feel safe even though you're in their space.
correct.
And you did that, right?
I believe so.
And you were safe, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Miu didn't do anything to you, agreed?
he did not.
And when you're in that space, you have an opportunity to make observations of him, correct?
Yes,
Including to smell, correct?
I can, yes.
Because sometimes in cases you've involved, investigation involving matters of alcohol, correct?
Yes,
And one of the things that you can use is your nose to smell if it seems like somebody was consuming alcohol in some way, correct?
yes,
And if you gather that information, you document it in some way, correct?
yes,
And you might pass it on to another person, correct?
yes,
And you might do further testing, correct?
yes,
You didn't document, pass it on, or do further testing regarding Mr. Miu's alcohol use, agreed?
I did not, no.
And the reason you didn't is you had no reason in that moment to suspect that he was somehow intoxicated, right?
Yes, and it was also not a detail that I was concerned about or part of something that I would have been a part of at that point.
Sure. I mean, if you smelled it, you would have noted it, remembered it, told somebody, right?
Yes,
So what we can gather from your not noting it, telling anybody is you didn't smell it.
correct.
During that process, there's also you gained information about there's a citizen out there with a baseball bat, is that right?
Yes,
And this is the citizen that essentially pointed out Mr. Miu to law enforcement, right?
yes,
And do you know if that citizen, we understand he wasn't attacked. I'm not trying to imply that. Do you know where that citizen was in relation to Mr. Miu?
his group hadn't approached that citizen, but they were walking in towards that direction of where the citizen was. But that citizen was also near law enforcement as well.
Was that citizen approaching Mr. Miu?
I heard him yell. When I turned, he was just standing and pointing. And then I was only probably 20 feet away.
Did you come to learn that that citizen's name is Carl Schilling?
I never spoke to the citizen or identified him. Somebody else did. So I don't know who he was identified as.
Okay. There was information exchanged between law enforcement, amongst law enforcement, in the presence of Mr. Miu about this guy with the baseball bat. Is that right?
I guess I don't know.
Okay. On your body cam, there's a time when I think we hear you and others talking about the baseball bat while Mr. Miu is right there. Make sense?
Okay.
Let me just play that, all right? I think it is Exhibit 9 at the 248 mark. Permission to play Exhibit 9. I actually paused it at the 247 mark until the 305 mark. Oh, I'm not hooked up. That's why it's not working. Gonna press play, and then I'm gonna ask you some questions about this.
Right, bear in mind, lunch is here, so.
I got, okay. I'm pressing pause because I didn't have the volume on. Pressing play.
Continue to staging point 22.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting.
just played from about 2:47 to 3:05. That was your body cam?
Yes.
And that was you again doing the transport belt on Mr. Miu?
Yes, I was securing the handcuffs.
And that was Mr. Miu looking around, correct?
Yes.
While the police were talking about the guy with the baseball bat?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Mestad, anything else? All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You are free to go. We're going to break for lunch. Same warnings as before. Please, no independent research or investigation. Do not speak with anyone, including yourselves, about this case. Do not read any media accounts or social media reports or posts about this trial. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
We stand in recess.
Sorry about that, Carl. What was up?
Please be seated. We are back in the presence of the jury. All 14 members are present. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. We're ready to resume the afternoon session. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Judge, the state's going to briefly recall Terry Anderson.
Terry Anderson, you said?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, please retake the witness stand. You're still under oath from this morning. Carl Anderson.
Thank you, Judge.
You may begin.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 41. Can you identify what that is?
It's the CAD report, the command log for the incident.
What is a CAD report?
It's a record of the location of the incident and then any notes that the dispatchers would make regarding what's being said on the radio or told by callers. And it's a log of the change of status for any units or officers that are involved with the incident.
So if an officer says, I'm on scene, that gets logged in there, things like that?
It does, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 7? Does the CAD log on that page have the time for when the suspect was detained?
1649.
So it'd be 4:49?
4:49 p.m.
And could that be off by a little bit?
It could be.
And can you just explain that?
So it's noted on the audio recording of when it was said, but if the dispatcher was busy at the time when the transaction occurred on the radio, there might be a delay depending on what all that dispatcher's doing. It could be a few seconds to maybe 15 seconds, maybe in that area, depending on their activity load, because they're multitasking.
Thank you. Judge, I moved to minute 41.
Any objection?
Can we approach?
Yes.
I'll withdraw moving to a minute.
All right. Thank you. You have more questions for Mr. Terry Anderson?
I do not.
All right. Mr. Nelson, do you?
Thank you.
All right, you're excused. Who's next?
Sheriff Knutson?
Sheriff, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. person.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Scott Knudsen, Knudson.
And how are you employed?
Sheriff for St. Croix County.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
In my 29th year.
How long have you been sheriff?
Since 2017.
And as sheriff, do you have, what can you just briefly outline what your duties are?
A number of administrative duties as well as overseeing the jail, tending to the courts.
Do you typically get involved yourself in patrols or investigations, or are you more administrative?
Not often, more administrative and ensuring cases are assigned out.
Do you work Monday through Friday, business hours essentially?
Yes,
Do you get called in often too?
I do.
Did you get called in to the Apple River stabbing?
I did.
And where did you respond?
For my residence right in the Somerset area.
And did you go to the scene of the stabbing or somewhere else?
I originally went to the bridge, the Sunrise Bridge, which was very close to the scene of the stabbing, the closest access point.
At some point, did you end up going to the park where the exit is?
Yes.
And what was the overall response, law enforcement response for this case?
There's a large response from not only internally with Sheriff's Office and coordination with getting people called in, but also surrounding communities. It was outside of the village limits, the original incident, so Somerset was involved. Richmond was coming over. I believe I was on the phone with Washington County, just trying to get staff and resources to come our way.
And were helicopters called for also?
Yes, I believe there's a helicopter en route as well.
And was that specifically a law enforcement helicopter?
Yes, I believe it was a Minnesota State Patrol that we were trying to gather.
And what's the point of the State Patrol helicopter?
At that point, we weren't aware of where the suspect was and that he was not in that area. So because of the wooded nature of the river and the long banks, that a bird's eye view was going to help us tremendously.
And was the sheriff's office trying to set up a perimeter?
Yes, there was a perimeter that had been set up from the hideaway on 170th towards County Road I.
And at some point, did you hear that the officers believed they had a suspect in custody?
That is correct, yes.
And did you respond to the area?
I did.
And did you end up making brief contact with Nicolae Miu?
I did, yes.
And were you wearing body camera?
I had my body camera with me, yes.
Judge, I'd move to admit and publish the body camera.
What's the exhibit number?
7.
The objection to number 7?
No.
7 is received. Please play the portion that you wish to play.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed,
Um,
and I fit the description.
yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
Judge, it's 23 seconds. I'm going to ask if I can play it again. I was a little quiet at first.
The volume was turned down. I'll let you go one more time since the audio is perhaps relevant.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed,
Um,
and I fit the description.
yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
I just have one more question. So if earlier the jury saw a body camera of Nicolae being told he's under arrest for homicide, was that actually after this contact? Where he's transferred from one squad to another in a parking lot?
No, not transferred from one squad to the other. That was after this contact.
Gotcha. Okay. So this happened, then transferred squads in a parking lot, told he's under arrest, happened after your contact.
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify it because we went a little out of order with the testimony. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're familiar with the Apple River?
I am.
I think we've seen some maps and talked about Village Park. You familiar with Village Park?
Yes,
That is essentially the designated exit spot for tubers, correct?
that is correct.
Mr. Miu left the river at the designated exit spot for tubers, correct?
I would believe so, yes, from where he was standing.
You didn't personally observe it, but you saw him there at Village Park, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see him get out of the tube and walk up, but that's where you first saw him, correct?
That's where I first made contact, yes.
And obviously, you're not aware of any other evidence that he exited somewhere before that, correct?
No, I'm not.
All right. As the sheriff, I would imagine you are aware of cases in your county, correct?
Most of them, yes.
And some cases maybe draw your attention more than other cases, correct?
That's correct.
Certainly, this is a case that you were aware about from the get-go and you've paid attention to, correct?
Correct.
Because that's your job, right?
Yes,
It's your responsibility, correct?
correct.
Obviously, there's investigators and other law enforcement officers that are assigned specific tasks, right?
Yes,
But you, as the sheriff, ultimately you supervise all of that, right?
yes,
So I would imagine you are occasionally updated about the investigation, correct?
correct.
Updated about evidence gathering, correct?
Yes,
There might even be times when you meet with the investigators to talk about what the status is about some piece of evidence or what other evidence you might want to collect or other things of an investigative nature, correct?
yes,
Because as law enforcement, there's lots of things you want to do. I understand there's safety and there's all of that, right? Correct?
yes,
I'm just going to put that aside for a second, okay? Talk about the investigative role of law enforcement. Are you with me?
yep,
And in that role, it's essentially your role and responsibility is to collect any and all evidence that you can that you have reason to believe might be relevant, correct?
correct.
And that's something that there's policies on in your department, correct?
Evidence collection, yes,
And I'm sure you played a part in those policies. They've changed over the years that you've been the sheriff, right?
yes.
And
I'm not checked on relevance and foundation for this witness.
I'm unclear what the relevance is. Where are you going?
well, let me.
Actually, why don't you come on up? You can tell me. Objection overruled. You may continue.
And I don't want to get into the particulars about policies, but in general, there's policies. You play a role in forming those policies about making how investigations go and how evidence is collected, correct?
Correct, and best practices, yes.
Yeah. And probably even before you were a sheriff, but certainly since you've been sheriff, the value of evidence from phones has increased, correct?
Yes.
You're certainly aware that lots of information can be gathered from somebody's phone, correct?
Correct.
And you, as a standard in your office, I'm sure it's, your officers, deputies, investigators, they collect phones, correct?
When applicable, yes.
And when applicable, they then do a forensic download of that phone, correct?
Yes.
To gather anything and everything that they can from that phone, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you were, again, I don't want to get into the details of what somebody told you, just your general awareness about a particular part of the investigation, okay? You were aware that there was going to be a factual issue in this trial about whether Madison Cohen was or wasn't punched. What happened to Madison Cohen, correct?
If that's the lady that was punched.
Well, that's a factual issue that the jury's going to decide, but you understood that there.
I don't know the name.
That's all you meant.
That's what I meant.
But that there was a witness, let's put her name aside. There is a witness that was there, and you're aware that there was a factual issue about whether that witness did or did not get punched or slapped or pushed, or how there was some contact with her. Agreed?
Yes.
And you're aware that as part of that investigation, there was your department was trying to see if there was or there wasn't a photo of her face that might document an injury, correct?
That sounds familiar, yes.
There's been testimony that I want to give you a chance to see if you have a rebut to that, right? There's been testimony that perhaps a phone was offered up to the sheriff's department with a piece of evidence, and the sheriff
Overruled.
and the sheriff's department said, no, we don't want that phone. We don't care about that picture.
Yes.
Let me start over. There is a witness whose name is Quentin Carlson, and he testified that it was his understanding that there was a photo taken of this witness, Madison Cohen, and that the phone that took that photo was offered up to your sheriff's department, and your department said, nah, we don't want the phone, we don't need the photo, we don't want anything to do with that. Are you aware that any such phone was offered to the sheriff's department?
I'm not aware of that, no.
I would imagine had a phone been offered up to the sheriff's department, the best practice, the policy would have been for them to collect the phone, correct?
Best practice would be, if applicable, yes.
Certainly if somebody in a homicide case said, I've got a photo of the injury to one of the victims, that would be applicable, right?
Yes.
And so in that scenario, the best practice, the policies that you've helped write and establish within the county would be for your sheriff's investigators, members to collect that phone, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they did collect a phone, right? Or you may not know.
I don't know.
Okay. You would, if they did not, that would surprise you, right?
May or may not, depending upon everything surrounding it. There was a lot of evidence that was collected. I don't know where this one you're referencing fell in,
Okay.
or at what time.
Maybe I should just ask you this. Based upon your position as the sheriff, do you have any reason to believe that it's true that a piece of evidence in a homicide case was offered up to the sheriff's department regarding alleged victim Madison Cohen, and that your department just dismissed it and said, we don't want it? Do you have any reason to believe that that's true?
I have no reason to believe or not believe it. That's all news to me. I don't know.
Okay, all right. I'm going to move on to a different topic now, okay? I would imagine in your 29 years, you've had lots of different roles within the sheriff's department or as a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes,
Probably like lots of people, you, in the sheriff's department, you started out on the road, you've eventually moved up in ranks, and now you're the sheriff, correct?
correct.
As part of that training, you have training and experience to detect alcohol, right?
Correct.
The use of alcohol by people, correct?
Yes,
And you certainly know that sometimes whether somebody has or has not consumed alcohol, that's going to be important and relevant to an investigation of a crime, correct?
it very well could, yes.
And so when you're in those situations, even if you're not looking for it, if you happen upon evidence of alcohol consumption, you would note that, correct?
Yes,
You were arresting a suspect and you were in their personal space, close enough to them to smell alcohol, you'd have made a note of that, correct?
correct.
Or if you heard slurred speech or something along those lines, you'd have made a note of it, correct?
Yes,
Any sign of intoxication, you'd make a note of it and you could figure out the relevance of it later, correct?
yes,
Sometimes if you made observation of it, you might decide to do further investigation, give a test of some sort, whether it be a chemical test or a field test, correct?
Just objective, these are cumulative.
It's not cumulative with this witness.
What's that?
It's not cumulative with this witness.
It's not, but we've heard this before. Let's just cut to the chase.
You agree?
can you read your question again?
And there's some times where if you did note something that you smelled or you heard or some other observation, you might continue and do further tests, either a field test or a chemical test, right?
Based on the crime, yes.
In this case, you had contact with Nicolae Miu, correct?
Yes,
We saw the video where he was sitting in a closed, in a back of a squad car, correct?
yes,
Closed space, right?
yes,
Hot day, right?
yes,
And you were there to check on the temperature for him, right?
correct.
And when you opened the door, you had a brief conversation with him, correct?
Yes,
And then later at a parking lot, sometime later, you also were there when he got out of one car and got into another car, correct?
yes,
And you had contact with him there, correct?
yes,
Throughout all of those contacts, is it fair to say that you didn't see any signs of intoxication?
I did not detect any, no.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Nothing else.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. You may step down.
Thank you.
Who is the next witness? Investigator Sheppy, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Mitchell Sheppy, Scheappi,
And how are you employed?
as an investigator at the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
since 2016.
And were you one of the investigators assigned to this case?
Yes,
Did you also respond to the scene on the day of the incident?
yes,
And at some point, were you alerted by other officers that a knife was located?
yes,
Did you respond to the area where it was located?
I did.
And can you just kind of tell the jury what you came upon?
Yep. So when I was notified of where the knife was located, me and my partner walked through the river back to the scene. When we got there, we noticed officers from the New Richmond Police Department up on a ledge and pointed down to where a knife was in a muddy section of the shoreline. Just above that shoreline, there was sort of a wall that had dried dirt on it and some green moss. The knife was located, laying there closed on top of the muddy portion of the shoreline.
And were the officers who alerted you to it, were they still standing there at the scene where it was?
Yes.
And did it appear the knife was undisturbed, meaning no footprints leading up to it or anything like that?
Correct.
And you said you took photos?
Yes.
Permission to approach? Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Can you just look through that and then identify what they are?
These are photographs of the knife and the area around the knife as I walked up to it.
Judge, I move to admit and publish.
Any objection to 50? No?
I'm going to show them digitally. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. And just before we go into these, did you take pictures from different distances and also of around the area where the knife was?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready. So what are we looking at in this photo?
That's a picture from me out in the water. As you can see, the officers from the Richmond Police Department are up there, and that's the overall area of where the knife was located.
I'm going to zoom in and see if you can see the knife in this photo, just for context on the location. Is that it right there?
Yes.
The branch on the zoomed out picture is almost pointing to it.
Correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Just a different angle of the knife itself and the area around it.
This photo?
This photo is to show the undisturbed nature of the sand.
Same thing, other direction?
Correct.
What's this photo?
It's a photo of the knife.
What are you trying to document here?
In that photo, I'm trying to show the vertical facing wall and how the dirt on there is not dry and the green moss that was on the knife as it was laying there.
And now I'm back at, for the record, the digital file, and this one ends 1938-46. Can you elaborate on that while looking at this photo?
Yes. So as you see, the knife here is what I observed is the dirt on top, what I believe to be dry dirt, different than what's wet on the bottom below it. When that, I concluded to believe that the knife was tossed or placed up against the back wall before it fell there.
The dirt the knife is sitting on, was that, and that's a hypothesis, you don't actually know that, fair?
Correct.
But the dirt it's on is wet, is that fair?
Yes.
The bank behind it was dry?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So it's kind of hard to see terrain in photos, agree?
Yes.
So obviously not to scale or anything like that, but if this is the river, can you just, is this what kind of the, why don't you describe it for the jury?
Yeah. So if this was the water, the river, where the knife was located would be right here on the washout. The vertical rock wall that I was just trying to describe was right here, and this is where the officers from the Richmond Police Department were standing up top.
Okay. And can we have the screen back, please? Close up of the knife.
Correct.
Then, is that you holding it?
I don't know if that's me or Deputy Kelly at the time.
That's actually probably not you, huh, given where it's coming from.
Correct.
All right. And was the knife, you can mute it. Was the knife secured? Was the knife secured as evidence?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I provided the knife to Deputy Bolt, who was up top. He put it in a paper bag and walked the knife back to land to the evidence collection point and secured in a vehicle.
And who was the evidence tech for this case?
Deputy Kelly.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 64. What is that?
It's a list of the evidence collected in this case.
And is that this knife on that list?
Yes.
And how, do you use some sort of numbering system to differentiate between evidence items?
Yes.
What evidence number is the knife?
Number 10.
Judge, I'll offer 64.
Any objection to 64?
No.
The exhibit's received.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
All right. Handing you what's been marked for the case is Exhibit 4. What is that?
This is a box containing article number 10, which is the knife.
Can you open it up for me? You can put on gloves. Judge, while he's doing that, I'll move to admit Exhibit 10 and publish on the Elmo.
Exhibit 10 is body cam.
Exhibit 4, sorry, evidence item 10.
The objection to Exhibit 4.
Once he opens it and it's confirmed, no.
Let's wait.
Is it sealed all around with evidence tape?
Yes. That is article number 10, the knife.
Can you,
Objection to its submission? No. All right. Exhibit 4 is received.
are you able to take it out of the box?
Yes.
Can you bring it over and set it under the Elmo here? Can you open the blade also? Thank you. You can put it back in the box. I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Strofficy?
Thank you. Investigator, did you have an opportunity to watch the video of the incident?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so to be fair, on the video, you see Mr. Miu walking in the direction.
Objection overruled. You may answer.
So investigator, it's Sheppy? You tell me.
Sheppy. Yeah.
So you said you've seen the video. On the video, do you see on the video where Mr. Miu walks over toward the area where the knife is found and then walks kind of away from that area?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, if I can, about another part of the investigation that you did. Okay?
Okay.
You are an investigator, right?
Yes.
Do you also do forensic downloads of cell phones?
No.
Do you collect those cell phones to be forensically downloaded?
Yes.
And can I ask you on September 2nd of 2022, do you remember being brought into a meeting with Investigator Williams and Madison Cohen and her mother? Do you remember that?
Yes,
Did you write a report on that?
I did.
Okay. And there was, in terms of what you recall, there was a hope of trying to locate a potential photo of Madison Cohen on her cell phone, right?
Yes,
Right? And if you recall, there was a question on whether that could be done because Ms. Cohen had told you that it was deleted, right?
correct.
Okay, so she had said, I've taken my phone and I've deleted that off of my phone.
Yes,
Do you, as you know what type of case it is in September, right?
yes.
Do you ask her at all, why would you delete you're the alleged victim of a crime, why would you delete the picture in a case like this? Do you ask her that?
I don't recall.
If you would have asked her, would that be in a report that you prepared?
It should, yes.
And she's with her mother in this interview room, right?
Correct.
And once she says, meaning Ms. Cohen, once she says that it's deleted, you explain to her that there's potential ways to recover information that's been deleted off of a phone, right?
Yes,
And you explain to her that there can be what is known as a forensic download of a phone, right?
yes,
And what that would be, kind of in layman's terms, is whether it's your department or some law enforcement department, has the ability to kind of go through someone's phone, finding information that the user believes they've deleted off of the phone, right?
yes,
Okay. And you explained to Ms. Cohen that it was possible, if she would provide her phone, for your department to do that forensic download, right?
yes,
Okay. You ask permission for the phone to do that, and she provides you permission. Is that true?
correct.
You review the download of that phone. True?
Yes,
Your review of that download, and let me ask you this, you really try to you tell her and you want to narrow the time frame that we're dealing with here, right?
correct.
Okay, so there might be, somebody might have 10,000 photos, but the forensic download can narrow it down to a specific day, right? You can search for a specific day, right?
Through the entirety of the download, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed the forensic download information, and would you agree?
I guess I'd just object on, I don't think that's been asked yet.
Well,
Let's get the question out first.
okay. Would you agree your report indicates, I did not observe any photographs that appear to be taken of Madison's injuries during the time frame?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the information that you have, it wasn't deleted, right?
Object on foundation, speculation. Can we approach?
Yes. Objection sustained. On foundation. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. So investigator, in terms of what you did, in terms of it says your review of the download. Can you explain what you did in that regard?
Yes, sir. So I don't have any part in physically downloading the phones. I don't have training for that. However, I'm able to review what a person that is trained on that, downloading the data that's in there.
And what does that consist of?
Can consist of photographs, call logs, social media accounts, text messages, et cetera.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to make this quick and get rid of the stuff that doesn't matter. So when you're looking at this download, are you seeing photographs that you're not interested in?
There may have been in the consented time frame that Ms. Cohen had given me, but I'm looking for specific photographs of our conversation.
Okay, and that was, to be fair, that was in reference to these injuries that she said she had documented, right?
Correct.
And is there information provided in this, I'm gonna call it download report. Is that fair? Is it like a download report?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there information in that download report as to whether or not, in this particular case, there were other deleted, I'm not interested in what they were, but other deleted pictures?
I don't recall if there were other deleted pictures in the consented time frame of what I was looking at.
Does this report, so this report indicated to you, or what was in this report is, there's no photographs that appeared to be taken from the injuries during that time frame, right?
Correct.
Is there information in there as to whether or not there were any, you don't know if there were any deleted photos from that time frame?
Correct. I do not recall.
Do you know, based on your training and experience, whether or not deleted photos can be recovered?
I don't have the Celebrite training, but in my experience, I know that sometimes deleted photos and messages may be recovered in a download.
Do you recall speaking with Madison Cohen and her mother about this injury that you said she had?
I recall the meeting, yes.
Okay. And the meeting is recorded, is it not?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask if you remember. If you don't, I can show the video. Do you remember Miss Cohen's mother directing a point on her face where she said she saw the injuries?
I recall that instant, yes.
And what she recalled, to the best of your recollection, is she was pointing to the left side of her face, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
So, just so I have it, investigator, you don't have a recollection, if I heard you correctly, of where Miss Cohen's mother pointed on her own face that she saw the injury to Miss Cohen, is that fair?
Correct.
Investigator, if I show you a still photograph, it's a still of the video interview, might that help refresh your recollection as to where Madison Cohen's mother said that this occurred on?
Yes.
Can you see that?
Again,
I can't see it that good. You'd agree that in that photograph, she appears to be pointing to the left side of her face, right?
correct.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Anderson?
Did Madison's mother confirm she saw some sort of injury on Madison?
I don't recall.
If she's pointing to the face, is that what she's been doing?
That picture, she was either pointing, scratching, it was on the left side of her face. Yeah.
Oh, you don't even know what the context of it is, just from that still shot?
I mean, no, but
Okay. So, Madison, the forensic download, was it just photos, or was it the whole cell phone, text messages, photos, everything anyone has personal on a cell phone?
in my experience, that's what a forensic download is the entirety of the phone.
And you didn't do a search warrant, she gave you consent for that?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Mr. Prophecy?
You told her you could get a search warrant though, right?
I explained I could apply for a search warrant.
That's all.
All right. Thank you. Investigator, you may step down.
This is trash.
I'm sorry?
I just.
Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Can I just make sure we have a?
Yes.
Call it Charles Coleman, Judge.
Charles Coleman? Lieutenant Coleman, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson?
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Charles Coleman.
And How are you employed?
I'm the patrol lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties as a patrol lieutenant?
Administrative and supervisory in nature, make sure that our deputies have the training and equipment that they need. We oversee their regular day-to-day duties and make sure that they're providing the service that the county and our sheriff expect.
And do you also assist sometimes in investigations if there's if there's short hands?
Yes, any major felony case or critical incident, I will assist with the investigation.
And did you assist in this investigation?
I did.
And what role did you have?
My main role was to forensically map the crime scene or incident scene on the Apple River.
And as part of, why don't you just tell the jury generally what that means?
When you forensically map a scene, you end up taking an instrument or a device out there and you try to gather up all the physical evidence with the instrument to transfer over to a digital system, allowing you to view the scene days, weeks, or years later. The instrument is accurate and helps preserve the scene for you to see after the fact.
Once you have the scan, is it kind of like a video game where you can move around inside of it?
The scan ends up creating a 3D rendering, kind of like a 3D printer, only with data points. And then you can change the angle in which you're looking at that scene. So you're allowed to either do fly-throughs, like you said, still shots, or different perspectives at the scene.
And in order to, you did that in this case?
I did.
And where did you do that scanning?
The scan was at the Apple River near Highway 64 overpass and towards upstream, further into the river.
And did you prepare, as part of your testimony today, a PowerPoint to help explain that to the jury?
I did.
Judge, I'd move to admit that PowerPoint.
What's the exhibit number?
Exhibit 51.
Any objection to 51?
No, Judge.
It's received.
Can we have the screen, please? What's in the image on this first slide?
The image on the slide is the Trimble SX10 total station scanner.
That's the device you used?
Correct.
And what are we looking at on this slide 3?
You're looking at a side-by-side comparison. On the right is the drone fly-through video. On the left is a similar fly-through that we did with the 3D mapping from the scene.
Where did that drone footage come from?
From Deputy Forrest Hendrickson and Sergeant Chase Durant.
So they flew the river, and is that a sheriff's office drone?
It is.
These are videos, right?
Correct.
And so what are you trying to document here, show?
Show the accuracy of the total station scanner compared to the drone video footage, as an overview of the Apple River. The drone footage and the fly-through on the digital video are showing it going from downstream upwards upstream.
So you flying away from the bridge?
Correct.
And then what is this one?
It's a different video showing the drone flying upstream, now downstream towards the bridge. And on the left-hand side is a video fly-through from our forensic data showing the similar aspect.
Just trying to generally document the area of the river?
Correct.
Now, when the video stopped, do you see that shadow going across the river at the right image? Across the water?
I do.
Would that be the bridge?
It is.
What's this?
This is a legend explaining any future still shots, explaining what each item represents. On the right-hand side, it's not easy to explain the cardinal directions of many of our still shots and photographs, so it's easy to represent what's upstream and what's downstream. If you compare it to pouring a glass of water, as the water fills up, you get more blue down towards the bottom, so the water is flowing downward. Each circle represents initial point either for contact, attack, or witness groups, as well as knife recovery location.
How about slide 6?
On the left-hand side, you have a drone still shot photo overview of the river. As you see, what the arrow downstream is at the bottom of the photograph. On the right-hand side is the still shot rendering with our forensic data utilizing the scanner showing the same viewpoint.
Slide 7.
Again, on the left-hand side is a still shot from the drone footage on the left side, excuse me, and on the right-hand side is a 3D rendered still shot using the total station scanner data showing the same perspective.
Same thing, but now facing upstream?
Correct. Upstream would be at the bottom and the river is flowing downwards towards the top of the photographs.
Slide 9.
Again, an overview photograph from the drone footage on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is our forensic still shot using the data collected from the scanner. The water at the lower left-hand corner is upstream and it flows downstream towards the bridge in the upper right-hand corner.
Slide 10, what are we looking at?
This is an overall still shot that we created with the scanner data. Included in this are locations of the initial contact. In the white circle, the yellow circle is the attack location. The pink circle is the Carlson tubing group, and the orange circle is the Miu tubing group. If you can see on the left-hand side of the middle of the river, there's a large white pole that extends from the tree line. That is the knife location. If we were to put a circle down on the ground, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the tree overhang from the 3D drawing.
And so the bridge would be above this area of the river?
Correct. The bridge would be further forward on top of the photograph.
And I'm just gonna end the show quick so I have my pointer here. Is this what you're talking about, the vertical line of the knife location?
Correct.
I'm just gonna zoom in. And do you go through in later slides on how you estimated these locations?
Yes, with the assistance of Investigator Schultz, we were able to take direct data points utilizing a prism pole. He had an estimated location of each incident, and so we took direct shots to create that circle.
Similar diagram, but looking upstream now?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
On the left-hand side is a drone photograph. On the right-hand side is a similar perspective using the forensic data. In this still shot that we took, we included the initial contact location, the Carlson group, Miu tubing group, and the right-hand side, you can see the long pillar where the knife location was at.
So that orange circle in the background to the right, in the scan, it looks like a kind of a green spot it's on, but that in the left, would that be that sandbar?
Yes.
Same diagram facing towards the bridge?
Correct. Different perspective.
Same thing?
Same thing, different perspective.
What are we looking at on this slide, 15?
On the left-hand side, we have a more focused still shot with the forensic data. With the instrument, we're able to get accurate measurements. And with this, we were able to determine the width of the river at different points along the river. As you can see on the left-hand side, the lower portion, it's 155, approximately 155 feet across, then 150, 147, and then 155 feet across. On the right-hand photograph, you see a more overview of more of the river. And again, the measurements are included there, 155, 150, 147, 155, and the river narrows to 123 and 110. And those are all in feet.
And is this, the technology for this, is it similar to kind of the 3D scans maybe some realtors or construction companies use now?
So the Trimble SX10 scanner is a total station scanner that utilizes infrared laser beams. It also takes panoramic photographs. And so you are able to take a scan in 360. Everything the infrared laser hits or reflects off of returns to the instrument. It creates a data point for that. It uses the pictures that it takes in order to create a color for each individual data point. It collects approximately 26,000 data points per second in the scanner mode. The instrument is good up to 600 meters, and at accuracy at 100 meters, it's approximately 14 millimeters. This instrument's used by land surveyors, building contractors, and in law enforcement, we utilize it for forensic gathering of scenes, whether internal or external.
Do you do anything to make sure that when it's giving you data points that it's accurately recording the distances?
Yes, we do a distance accuracy check at the beginning of the scan. We'll end up laying out a tape measure. We'll do a direct shot instead of a scan of that tape measure and measure it from there. We'll go into the computer software system, measure those two same points, and make sure that it's accurate.
So if you had this, oh, the screen. If you had this program open on your computer, could you click between two different points and get a measurement of the distance between them?
Any individual dot that's on that drawing, we could get an X, Y, and Z measurement for it. So measurement across, height, and slope.
And then in the next few slides, what are you showing?
So this is, since we're able to view from different perspectives, this is the perspective if you're standing near the Miu group location by the island sandbar that you can see in the lower right-hand corner. The circle ahead of you is the initial contact location. On the right-hand side, the purple circle is the Carlson group.
I'm going to back up. I forgot to ask you a question here. I'm going to end the show so I can use my cursor.
No, the witness has a monitor they can annotate.
Oh,
If both of you are aware of that or not.
all right. So in this slide, I just went back to 15. You have two dots representing where the Isaac's group was, right?
Correct.
Then for the Carlson's group, there's just one dot, but were they also drifting?
Yes, the location of the Carlson group was based off of Investigator Schultz's knowledge. We took a direct shot of it, but it was the stationary location, not them progressing down the river.
And what are we looking at here?
So with our drawing software, we're able to put in mannequins or models. In this case, we were able to put a 6-foot tall person into the river to show the perspective from Miu's group to what a person at that distance would look like. Again, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Again, with this one, now we have the yellow circle as the initial contact progress further downriver to the attack location. The 6-foot tall person is placed in the general area of that attack location.
Slide 19.
This perspective is from the Carlson group, and here they're looking across river. So to your left will be upriver, and as the water flows to the right downriver, you'll see their perspective of the initial contact and their perspective towards the attack location.
Slide 20.
Again, in the drawing, we just include this 6-foot tall mannequin to show visual perspective of what a person would look like at that distance.
21.
This again is a 6-foot tall person now near the attack location, as witnessed from the original location of the Carlson group.
And these approximate locations of the groups, did you get that from comparing it to the video of the incident?
I did.
So what are we looking at on slide 22?
So on the left-hand side is our perspective of the initial contact is facing upstream towards the Miu tuber group. This will show on the right-hand side the still frame extraction from slide 0196. I ended up cropping the perspective to compare to what the phone video looks like for that still shot and showing the background with the trees and where the Miu group is at, putting that approximate circle there.
23. Slide 24.
Again, to help confirm with the initial contact location based off the video still shots from the cell phone, 0462 is on the right, and on the left-hand side is our crop perspective from the initial contact looking at that same bridge.
26.
In this still photograph, we compared still shot 2961 and created the perspective on the left using the drawing software program. It's looking back upriver. On the left, you see this purple circle for the Carlson group, and you can barely see it in the middle, the outline of the Miu group in orange. We cropped up perspective to match similarly to the phone still shot, and in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the light green grassy area just outside of the Sandbar Island area.
So just to simplify it a little bit, is it fair you're looking at the video and then trying to do a fly through of your 3D scan to find the same perspective of different clips in the video?
Do your best to go into the 3D drawing and zoom in or get to the exact perspective. And there may need to be some manipulation of just your viewpoint, not of the data, just of the view of what you're looking at inside the drawing in order to create the still shot on the left-hand side.
And 28, what are we looking at?
On the right-hand side is the still shot of the cell phone video 2995. On the left-hand side is the same perspective. This is now the attack location and showing the Carlson group straight ahead at that perspective. As you can see with the trees on the top of the photograph, matching the rendered drawing on the left-hand side.
And can we activate his screen, Judge, so you can kind of trace what he's talking about the tree line?
Yes, there should be a,
Cursor on there, Your Honor?
yeah, just use your finger.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm looking at here is the same tree line that I see here and then I see there to show the same perspective.
And then what are we looking at in slide 30?
This is an overview of the river. Upstream is towards the top of the photograph, downstream towards the bridge is on the bottom. We have the initial contact location is the white circle and a measurement between that circle and the attack location, which is in feet.
So about 62?
Approximately 62 feet, yes.
Same thing, but looking the other direction?
Correct. Now, the bridge is at the top of the photograph and upstream towards the islands at the bottom.
Slide 32?
This is a overview, the distance between the attack location and the knife recovery location, which is approximately 114 feet.
Slide 33?
This is the attack location to distance to the Miu group, which is 233 feet. And the approximate distance from the attack location to the Carlson group, which is approximately 132 feet.
And that would be 132 feet from the ultimate spot, but if the Carlsons continued to drift downriver, they would have been closer, fair?
Correct.
Sustained.
Let me go back. So how many dots do you have for Isaac's group in this one?
2.
And what's the white dot?
The white dot's the initial contact location,
Yellow dot?
the attack location,
And then the pink dot for the Carlson group, what's that?
the initial location that Investigator Schultz told me where the Carlson group was at.
So no subsequent location of the Carlson group is identified in the diagram?
No.
And slide 34, what are we looking at?
On the left-hand side is a photograph from the drone footage. On the right-hand side is the still shot perspective.
I'm just going to zoom in. Actually, let me focus you here. On the left, how about just on the left photo, what are we looking at?
So it's a photograph from the drone footage showing deputies or investigators there. I believe Investigator Sheppy is on the left-hand side, walking in towards the tree line location on the south shore.
To identify where that knife was found?
That's where I was informed the knife was found, yes.
And then the right, same location, but from the scan?
Same perspective.
And so the bridge from here would be to the right?
Correct, downstream.
Same thing, but now there's that white bar.
White bar signifying the location of the knife recovery. Now just a zoomed out perspective of the knife recovery. And then an overview of the knife recovery location.
And then the bottom left of that right image would be that sandbar?
I do.
Did the sheriff's office measure the water depth?
We did.
And so what are we looking at in slide 38?
So with direct shots, we're able to utilize a prism pole We measure the height of the pole, and then the bottom of it, the instrument will measure where the sand ground is underneath the water, since the instrument does not reflect off water. So we're able to take direct shots in different areas of the river. And in this area, near the attack location, the approximate depth of the river was 0.83 feet, or approximately 9.96 inches.
And was this measured the same day as the incident or later, if you recall?
Approximately 1 month after.
Okay, so if the more rain, less rain, it could have been different?
Could have been.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Just right away regarding the depth, sir. You said the depth was measured 1 month later, correct?
Correct.
The date of the incident was July 30th, correct?
Correct.
And so August 30th, roughly?
September 1st.
Okay, so more than 30 days,
Correct.
32 days, 33 days, somewhere in there?
Somewhere in there.
You would agree that you've lived in this area for some time, right?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with the river?
I am.
You're familiar with the trends of rivers in this area throughout the year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that typically speaking, rivers' depth goes down between the end of July and the end of August?
Typically.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not the amount of rainfall that we had from July 30th to August to September 1st?
I did not.
So you have no idea, to some extent, how deep it was on July 30th?
Correct.
I'm sorry, maybe this would be a good time to break.
Sure, that's fine.
Taking a break in between examinations, but it is 2:30. Why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll come back at 2:45.
All rise for the hearing.
We are out of session until 2:45.
Judge, can we approach quick or we can talk? I'll just go let the court know about the rest of the afternoon.
Sure, what's happening?
So we tried to get in more witnesses. Some people aren't available, some have childcare. Basically, I think you have 2 more witnesses that are probably pretty quick.
We'll fill the day, right?
I don't think so. So if we break early.
Let's go as far as we can.
It sounds like, Judge, the other thing is it sounds like the state agrees that whatever Spanish-speaking witnesses they don't call tomorrow, they have no objection to our calling those Spanish-speaking witnesses out of order since the interpreters are available. And our intention would be to call Ariel and Ernesto, 2 of the individuals that were here before and Your Honor ordered to show up on Friday.
Yes, we have interpreters available all day tomorrow, so let's get all of the witnesses done tomorrow who need Spanish interpreters.
Then my only request is this, we explain it to the jury that given the interpreters, and normally be state defense, but.
Yes, I'll do that.
And just also, Mr. Anderson had indicated that he may have a potential problem with one of his medical witnesses next week, and if he needs to call that person out of order if he finishes and we start calling witnesses, we reciprocate.
Very nice. Excellent. Thank you. On recess.
Thank you.
be seated. We are back in session. I am outside the presence of the jury. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. I understand the attorneys would like to speak.
Yes, Judge. During Nicolae Sheppy's testimony, he was shown a screenshot and it was published to the jury. We just had it printed out. Figured I could have that marked. Then it's probably exhibit 112, I think we're next at, for the record to know what it is we put up on the screen.
All right, thank you.
That's all.
That's it.
Yep.
I was bracing for something important.
I think it was important. But
Well, I used the wrong words, I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
Something much more monumental. Whatever. Let's move on. It's late in the day, I'm getting tired.
Yes.
So, let's bring a jury.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We are back with the jury, ready to continue. Lieutenant Coleman's on the witness stand. Mr. Nelson.
Sir, I believe I was asking you questions about the water depth when we last spoke. During your testimony, I think you had said near attack location and you said approximate. Can you tell the jury precisely where it was measured on the river, the depth?
Yes, there's a direct shot location placed in that point of the river.
Okay. Did you just measure it in that one spot?
Yes.
Did you just take a sample, like a foot here, 2 feet here, 3 feet over there? Did you do any kind of sampling in that general area?
Yes.
Do you have those numbers?
I have a log of them, I do.
For whatever reason, you chose this number.
That was the number Investigator Schultz told, or the location Investigator Schultz told me to take the shot.
I understand. And so this is the river, right? You measured it from this spot, correct?
Correct.
You measured it from this spot because that man told you to, correct?
Correct.
What I'm asking is, did you take a measurement over here, or over here, or over here, any place else around that area, just as a sampling of the area where Investigator Schultz told you to?
Yes.
Do you have those measurements?
There's a log measurement of the of the depths in those general areas.
And fair to say that it varies depending upon where you measure, correct?
Correct.
The location that Investigator Schultz chose, that's a human choice, correct?
Correct.
That's not like you've done accident reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
And you've done accident reconstruction on terra firma, on ground, correct?
Correct.
And when you're on the ground, not on the water, it's easier to have a particular landmark, correct?
Yes.
That's part of the difficulty about a river is it's fluid in every sense of that word, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for you to establish the landmarks that you mentioned, you were again using land, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't have any river marks or water marks, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Investigator Schultz, how he made that human decision to say that's the spot?
He did not explain to me why he chose that spot.
And when he chose that spot to you, were you out on the river with him?
Yes,
And he was like, this is it right here.
yes.
Okay. Did you ever take that spot that he pointed to and compare it to the video?
Yes,
And what we know is, so we have that spot based upon the human choice that Investigator Schultz told you, right?
correct.
Then you also have what I think you called initial contact, correct?
Correct.
And was that based upon a human choice that Investigator Schultz told you or something else?
Human choice.
So he told you, here's where the initial contact was.
Yes, sir.
And then that was compared using landmarks to see whether the perspective is accurate? Is that what
Correct.
You're basically telling us?
Correct.
Okay. And what we know is from the initial contact to that yellow dot that you call attack location, that's like 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
And from that, can we deduce that Nicolae Miu walked 62 feet in that direction?
He was around the generalized initial contact location and the attack location, so an approximate distance of 62 feet.
He got there by walking, correct?
Correct.
And had that initial location, had that group of teenagers stayed there, he's walking away. I mean, if he's standing at the yellow dot and the teenagers stay at the white dot, the teenagers are 62 feet away from Nicolae Miu if they stay there, correct? Do we draw it out?
Yes.
Swore I wasn't going to do this on TV. Okay. This is upstream. This is downstream. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
You had a mark that you called initial contact, and I think it was white. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I just use pink for this?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a mark that was more of a yellow. Is that fair to say? Or an orange?
Yellow, but you can use orange.
You called this one up here attack, right? Correct?
Correct.
My understanding is that, again, this isn't in perspective, right? But the distance from there to there is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
So Nicolae Miu, I'm making this, he is initially here, correct?
No.
All right. Nicolae Miu is not at the initial contact?
He is not in that location.
Okay. So when you said initial contact, who's contacting whom?
When two groups converge upon each other and they are in physical contact with each other, whether by tubes or persons.
Who are there's Nicolae Miu, agreed?
Correct?
There's the teenager group, agreed?
Yes.
And there's the Carlson group, agreed?
Agreed.
And then there's the Miu group, agreed?
Agreed.
On this part, we don't have the Miu group, correct?
Correct?
And on this part, we don't have the Carlson group, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the initial contact is between Mr. Miu and the 6 teenagers, agreed?
Agreed.
So Mr. Miu is, I didn't put it in here, but he's in this general area at the initial contact, correct?
Where you put the X is not the correct spot. I don't mean to be semantics, Mr. Nelson.
Put it where it needs to be.
Initial contact, because you're upstream up here. Mr. Miu made contact at a diagonal, and he was above upstream from the tuber group.
So my mistake was on this part of it, right? Is now this correct?
Other than I don't have the X shown towards the shoreline, but in the general area, yes.
What do you mean by the, where would Mr. Miu be here?
Mr. Miu approached from this angle, so I'd put him here at the top upstream of the tuber group.
Okay, all right. And when you say he approached from this angle, you don't know that, correct?
Looking at the video, he came from upstream.
What video were you looking at? Is there a video of Mr. Miu walking from his group over to there?
He was upstream at an angle going towards the tuber group.
Okay. This is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
The video that you watched, you're saying he walked more than 62 feet?
I don't know where he walked from. I just know he was upstream of the tuber group when he had initial contact with them.
Okay, so we've got two different, I want to make sure I'm not confused here, okay? Have you seen the videos from Joanne Cockfield's phone?
Yes.
There's a video that's been admitted that's 9 seconds long in which Mr. Cockfield yells out the word raper. Are you familiar with that video?
No.
There's a video that's 3 minutes and 20 seconds long that involves the incident that we're here to, the jury's here to determine. Are you familiar with that video?
Yes.
Any other video that you're talking about?
No.
Okay. And in the video then that you're talking about, which is an exhibit 2, and it's the 3 minutes and 20 seconds, that's the only video you've seen, correct?
Correct.
In that video, Mr. Miu is walking towards the teenagers, correct?
Correct.
He eventually, I think, jogs for like 3 or 4 steps, agreed?
Correct.
That's what you're talking about, is when he reaches his hands out and puts his hands on the tube, that's the initial contact, correct?
Correct.
All right. So now that we got that down, from that initial contact point until where whomever attacked whomever, that's 62 feet away, correct?
Correct.
So for Mr. Miu to get from here to there, he had to walk 62 feet downstream, correct?
Correct.
Had the teenage group stayed where they were, he'd have been 62 feet away, agreed?
Correct.
The only way that they got there is they followed him, correct?
I just know they ended up at the same location. I don't know who followed who.
Well, you watched the video, right?
I did.
And at some point, do you see Mr. Miu then walk towards the Carlson group?
Yes.
Do you know how far Mr. Miu walks from the place where he walked away from the teenagers to walk over to the Carlson group?
No.
Do you know how far the teenagers walked to follow him over there?
No.
Fair to say that in determining the locations, you determined the Miu group based upon the sandbar, correct?
Correct.
That's a landmark, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you're very confident in that determination of that position, correct?
Yes.
Because that's not dependent upon a human saying it was here. It's a landmark, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now you've done accident reconstruction on roadways, correct?
Yes, sir.
On roadways, you're often asked to determine where the lanes of the road are, correct?
Correct.
Who's in which lane, correct?
Correct.
A river is completely different, right?
It is.
Because there's no designated lanes, correct?
Correct.
As far as you know, there's no, as a law enforcement officer, there's no place that a person can or can't be on the river, correct?
Correct.
I barely heard you.
Can we approach if we're gonna have
Yes.
speaking objections?
Next question.
Just so I want to be clear, his answer stands, I'm moving on.
Fair enough.
At some point, you showed on there also the width of the river, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think the distances were ranging in that general area anywhere from 147 feet wide to 155 feet wide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Plenty of room for a group to go around one man?
Yes.
You talked about, again, on the drawing legend, we have, I think it's pretty obvious, initial contact, we've talked about what that is, right?
Correct.
And then the Carlson group and the Miu group, we talked about the Miu group is on the sandbar and that never changes, correct?
Correct.
The Carlson group is based upon one moment in time, correct?
Correct.
That may have changed throughout that 3 minutes and 20-second video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in that 3 minutes and 20 seconds, for lack of a better phrase, Mr. Investigator Schultz picked a space and said, let's put them here.
Yes.
And then the last location we talked about there, the term used was attack location, correct?
Yes.
You're a law enforcement officer. You've been in this position here testifying in front of a jury, correct?
I have.
Right. You're here to give facts, right?
Correct.
You're not here to make determinations, right?
Yes.
You're not saying who attacked who, correct?
Correct.
It's just that's where this event happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not meaning to imply one particular person attacked another or somebody attacked somebody else. You could have used the word event location, correct?
I could have.
Incident location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you given some direction by the district attorney's office to use that term?
No.
So that's a term you chose on your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, it's meant to be neutral. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about we had some slides up there about viewpoint, is that right?
Yes.
And the viewpoint that we showed in the slide, there was no, can I get exhibit 104 and 105? There's no human beings in between, like the Carlson group and the location that you were looking at the view. Agreed?
Agreed.
Same thing for the Miu group, correct?
Correct.
You're obviously aware that sometimes if there's a human being in between the person who's looking and what they're trying to look at, that might obstruct the view, correct?
Correct.
Showing you, if I could get the screen. So this is exhibit number 104, which witnesses have testified is the approximate location of people at about 149, okay?
Yes, sir.
You would agree, depending upon where somebody is at G2, there may or may not be people obstructing their view to Mr. Miu, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat, sir?
If you were trying to, you at some point,
Jacked on relevance and speculate. I mean, speculation. We've had testimony.
Objections withdrawn?
you see the pen pointing at G2 there?
I do.
I was to tell you that's the Carlson group. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Your one, at least one of your slides was the viewpoint from G2 essentially over towards, you know, what you called the attack location where Mr. Miu was standing, correct?
Correct.
My pen would, again, generally speaking, that viewpoint, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that depending upon where a person is in relation to this G2, their view of Rhyley Mattison, Madison Cohn, Dante Carlson, Nick Miu, it may be obstructed by other human beings, correct?
Correct.
It all depends upon where they're standing and who's in their way, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to do any modeling by the district attorney's office out of view if there were people in these positions?
No.
In the view that you had in your presentation, that was what we would perceive of a 6-foot model, correct?
Correct.
How tall was the person looking? Were they also 6 feet? Where on the?
From their head level, yes, 6 foot tall perspective looking
So it
across.
was a 6-foot person looking at another 6-foot person.
Yes.
Obviously, that would change again depending upon their height.
Correct.
And depending upon their height in comparison to the humans that they may or may not need to look around or through or over or under.
Yes.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Attorney Nelson asked you 150 feet is enough room for a group to go around one man, and you said yes. Do you remember that?
I do.
Is it enough room for one man to walk around a group?
Yes.
And Attorney Nelson asked you about this drawing. That if the initial contact was here, 62 feet later is the attack location. If the group would have stayed there, Nicolae would have been up here and they would have been 60 feet apart. Do you recall that?
I do.
The beginning of the videos were the boys in their tubes
Yes.
and Nicolae was walking.
Yes.
The boys would have been floating in this direction.
Yes.
Do you you actually know this exhibit 104? Move the screen. Do you know if this is where people were at some point at minute 49 in the video?
I don't know.
Do you know if this is even close to scale, the size of the circles for a person versus the distance between the groups?
There's no scale.
Thanks. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
In your determination on yours, you relied upon a human being telling you, here's where it was, correct?
Correct.
You weren't there on July 30th, 2022 at 1:49 into that video, which would have been about 3:45 in the afternoon, were you?
I was not.
You agree it's reasonable to rely on the people that were there?
Yes.
If the people that were there say that that accurately reflects where the human beings were in relation to each other, that's the same as you're relying upon Investigator Schultz, correct?
Could be.
Right?
Could be.
In fact, they were there. Mr. Schultz, Investigator Schultz wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
So if you have no information, are you going to rely upon eyewitness information about people's placement or just speculation?
And to take all information into account.
And certainly one of the things you take into account is the people that are there that say, this accurately reflects where everybody else was and I saw them.
It'll be taken into account, yes.
That's all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Coleman. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who is the next witness?
Detective De La Cruz.
Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. Yes. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
My name's Carlos De La Cruz. I'm a detective with the city of New Richmond. And you spell my last name 3 words, lowercase de, space lowercase la, space capital Cruz.
And Detective De La Cruz, were you asked to assist in doing some interviews in this case?
Yes.
And why were you asked to assist?
I'm often requested to assist with Spanish-speaking witnesses or victims or suspects to help with interviews.
Are you fluent in Spanish?
I am.
Did you grow up bilingual?
I did. I was born in Mexico. I spoke Spanish as a primary first language. I've been in the U.S. for roughly 46 years, so I went through school here and learned English and grew up speaking both.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Well, actually, can I have? I put exhibit 12A up here. Do you recognize some of the folks in this photo? Maybe hard to tell, but they probably weren't wearing the same thing when you interviewed them.
Yes, I can identify a few of them that I spoke with.
Okay. Did you interview with Sergio,
Yes.
Tatiana,
Yes.
Alba?
Rosie or Alba, yes.
Did she introduce herself as Rosie with you?
Yes, Rosie.
And then how about the two on the far left, Ariel and Gilma?
Yes.
So you interviewed 5 of the people from this group?
Yes.
What language were those interviews done in?
Mostly Spanish. They did interject some English from time to time. I think they understood a little bit, but they were more comfortable in Spanish.
Okay. I'm handing you, it's been marked as Exhibit 44. Were those interviews recorded on body camera?
Yes, whatever investigator was with me, whether it be Dusty, investigator Geisness or investigator Sheppy, they had body cameras.
Okay. And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to look at the contents of Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And the body cam, is the body cam footage for those 5 interviews on Exhibit 44?
Yes.
Judge, I move to Exhibit 44 for foundation for some transcripts only.
Any objection?
Can we approach just so I can make sure I understand?
Yes. This time I will reserve on exhibit, was it 44?
Correct.
Reserve on 44.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Detective. Who's next?
Sally Nichols. Can we take a short recess, Judge?
How much time do you need?
I think probably about 5 minutes. Oh, we're good.
She's here?
Yes.
Can someone help Ms. Nichols with her jacket? All right, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Sally Nichols, Sally Nichols. I apologize. I have a very bad cold, so I apologize for the sound of my voice right now.
Okay. And Ms. Nichols, what do you do for work?
I'm a certified court interpreter, so I do that pretty much full-time.
And are you certified in both Wisconsin and Minnesota?
Yes, And also the U.S. District Court.
Okay. And as part of your translator duties, do you often create transcripts translating from Spanish to English?
That is correct. I've transcribed and translated many transcripts in different cases.
Permission to approach? Were you asked by the sheriff's office to translate some recordings in this case?
Yes, I was.
And was some of those 911 calls?
Yes, there were some 911 calls.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 46. Can you identify what that is?
Yes, this is a transcript that I prepared. It's a transcript of one of the 911 calls.
And then can you keep flipping through and see if there's some more? Another train?
Oh, yeah. This was the short one. And then there's another one right behind it, which is slightly longer.
So there's
That's correct. Two of them.
Two separate phone call transcriptions included in Exhibit 46.
That's correct.
Judge, I moved to admit 46. I imagine the same.
Just ask that Your Honor reserve based upon our previous discussion.
Okay, 46 is reserved.
And then, Ms. Nichols, did you also receive body camera from the sheriff's office to transcribe?
Yes, I did.
And let me back up. How are you fluent in Spanish?
Oh, I grew up in Puerto Rico. I was raised there, so my parents are from the United States, but I grew up speaking Spanish and English because when I went to school, obviously, we spoke Spanish and so on. So I was able to go to some Spanish-speaking schools and some English-speaking schools and eventually a bilingual school.
Okay. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 45. What is that?
Transcript of a body camera for an interview on August 3rd, 2022.
And do you include the file name on the top? You don't need to read it, just do you include the file names on tops of the transcript?
I don't have the file name on top, but I do see the name of the person who was interviewed.
And then do you see a number, some dash numbers?
It says 20-23-36.
Then, okay. Is that a transcript you prepared from one of the
That
body
is,
cameras?
that is correct, yes.
Okay, here I'm handing you Exhibit 58. Is that also a transcript that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And can you just read the numbers on the top of that one?
Yes, it says transcript of body camera 8/21/10 main camera.
Okay. Exhibit 69.
Yes, that's also a transcript that I prepared, and it says transcript of body camera 21/11/31 main camera.
Okay. Exhibit 70.
Yes, I recognize this one too. This is transcript of body camera 19/01/12 main camera.
Exhibit 71.
And this one also, transcript of body camera 18-10-01 main camera.
Did you transcribe these as accurately as possible, as close as you can get to a direct translation?
Yes, I did. What I do is I transcribe it first, just so I listen to it many, many times and decipher as much as I can hear. There are always a few words you can't completely hear, so I just write unintelligible when that happens. But yes, I transcribe it first, and then I go through and translate it into English.
Judge, I imagine with the same reservation, I'd move to admit exhibits 71, 70, 69, 58 and 45.
At this time, I'll reserve on those exhibits.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
No questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
You're welcome.
Ms. Nichols, see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Who is the next witness?
Judge, we've actually exhausted the witnesses we were able to get in for today.
All right. So there's nothing left to do.
I think we have something to address outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. Members of the jury, as I mentioned this morning, the attorneys have been working very hard to stay on task and to keep the case moving. They're doing such a good job that we ran out of witnesses for the day. So while we're not going to be able to advance the trial further today, be rest assured that we are ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. We will resume tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Please follow the same protocol coming into the building. Again, no independent research, no investigation. Do not visit the site. Do not speak with anyone about this case, including the attorneys, the media, the audience members, or anybody else. Do not watch any news reports or social media posts about this matter. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. All right, please be seated.
Can we actually approach, Judge?
Yes. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I believe that we are done for the day. We're going to resume tomorrow at 8 a.m. with the interpreter witnesses, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
That's the schedule? Okay. All right, that's all. We are in recess. Thank you, everyone.